hearing script is gone. It was down here yesterday. Candace, can we go off? I'm sorry. I thought I left it on. Sorry about that. Okay, we're on the record in case number 2023-00191. Ms. Braun, I believe we got through witnesses, Nash, Warzel, Hill, Porter, Citron, Lewis, Ray, Furia, O'Drain, Watkins, and Newcomb
Correct.
on Monday, correct? Okay. And then we also got through the interveners witnesses of Mr. Baudino and Mr. Meyer. I asked the company, in addition to Ms. Nash, which I know you all have, you didn't need to be asked, for witnesses Porter, Citron, and Lewis to stick around and not be excused for possible recall. And then you all intend on calling, in whatever order you prefer, witnesses Bulkey, Kennedy, Walker, Barenbruch, and Mustich today. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. At the hearing on Monday, Mr. Ingram asked what my preference would be. Again, you all call it at whatever order. And I believe I answered, but I'll just reiterate if I did not. I think it makes the most sense to go ahead and call, my opinion, again, you call what you'd like. Go ahead and call your, we'll call them expert witnesses, non-company witnesses. And then we can recall those witnesses, Lewis, Porter, and Citron after those three. Is that, or after those five, is that okay?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else that we need to take up today? Okay. And I've already excused, I didn't state it earlier, I excused witnesses Baudino and Meyer after their testimony. And as I mentioned, of course, you have the right to, I'm giving you the right, whether you have it or not, giving you the right to recall any witnesses, given that we took the Attorney General's witnesses, you agreed to take them out of, and Lexington's witnesses out of,
Thank you.
out of place. All right. That's good. All right, Ms. Braun, you may call your next witness.
Kentucky American's next witness is Ann Bulkley.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right, please have a seat. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Ann Bulkley. My address is 1 Beacon Street, Boston, Massachusetts.
Ms. Bulkley, I'd ask you to speak up a little bit. I know you're probably not used to it, but the plexiglass pin does make it a little harder to hear.
Yes.
Ms. Braun?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please state your business title for the record?
I am a principal at the Brattle Group.
Thank you. And Ms. Bulkley, did you file direct testimony in this proceeding?
Yes, I did.
And did you file rebuttal testimony in this proceeding?
I did.
Were you also the witness for certain data responses?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections to either your testimony or data responses?
I have one correction in my rebuttal testimony. That correction is on page 52, and it is the caption for figure 15 that needs correcting.
Okay.
It should say average authorized equity ratios for water and natural gas utilities.
Great. And we will file an errata sheet clarifying that for the record. The witness is available for cross-examination.
Mr. Osterloh? No questions. Ms. Good?
No questions.
No questions.
Good morning, Ms. Bulkley.
Good morning.
You provided testimony and support in the company's last rate case, is that right?
Yes, I did.
I think you had a different address, but you did the same job, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
Similar work.
So, one of the questions that I routinely ask folks that provide rate of return testimony here is about the Hope and Bluefield standards, or the Hope and Bluefield standards, Supreme Court cases. Do you generally know what I'm referring to when I refer to Hope and Bluefield?
I do.
Okay. And do you, in your testimony, specifically say that the methodology used or the result reached in using your methodology complies with the standards set forth in those two cases?
I think the standard is what is used by the commissions to make decisions. I don't necessarily think that Hope and Bluefield provides the methodologies for us, but I think the standard is followed by the majority of commissions across the country, if that's what you mean.
Well, I guess, would you agree that as a general matter, I'm not asking for a legal opinion, but as a general matter, that Hope and Bluefield set a standard by which it should be measured, of which you can measure a revenue requirement to determine whether it's confiscatory or in violation of the U.S. Constitution? That's the purpose of those, or the basis of those cases.
Well, the focus, I think, for my work with respect to Hope and Bluefield is the comparability of return. So that's
Okay, great.
generally speaking where I focus. From a Hope and Bluefield perspective, it is a large decision, but from the cost of capital perspective, it would be the expectation that the overall return, and that overall return being the ROE and the equity ratio combined, are generally speaking comparable to the returns available to a risk comparable proxy group.
Risk comparable proxy group, that's great. So Bluefield has a line in it that I want to ask you about that's directly on point with what you were saying. Well, part of it is directly on point with what you were saying. Bluefield says that a public utility is entitled to such rates as will permit it to earn a return on the value of the property which it employs for the convenience of the public, equal to that generally being made at the same time and in the same general part of the country on investments and other business undertakings which are attended by corresponding risks and uncertainties, but it has no constitutional right to profits such as are realized or anticipated in highly profitable enterprises or speculative ventures. Have you read that part of Bluefield before?
I've read Hope and Bluefield over time. I can't say that I have a direct recall of that one sentence, but I would agree that it's probably there.
Okay. Well, so you specifically were talking about your view of Hope and Bluefield, that it generally discusses about ensuring that the return is the same or similar as those by corresponding risks and uncertainties. Is that right? That was your answer earlier?
That the return is comparable to the return on similar risk investments, yes.
Okay. Okay. That's, the question I asked you was quoting a portion of Bluefield, that it's equal to that generally being made, and there's middle stuff, but then it says, of other business undertakings which are attended by corresponding risks and uncertainties. And that's what, I just want to make sure it's clear, that portion that I just read is what you said you understand Hope and Bluefield to be.
Well, so I don't have that language directly in front of me or the entire document in front of me. I think of the body of the order to focus on comparability. Without reading the one sentence and the other words around it, I'm a little bit hesitant to say that I focused on that individual sentence that you just read me. As I said when I started this conversation, I don't recall the specific sentence that you read. And so I would say that the context and the context and sort of the takeaway from Hope and Bluefield is comparable return. I'm not going to say that I relied on that specific sentence because, as I said, I don't recall the specific sentence.
Yeah, and I'm not asking you to recall the specific sentence, but this specific sentence is effectively the holding of the order. So you said comparable return. As I understand it, your answer indicated comparable return based on risk, right?
Yes, it's comparable return based on the relative, on the reasonable, in comparison to a proxy group of similarly situated investments, right? So the return needs to be comparable to the return that an investor could achieve in the market on a similar risk investment.
Yeah, but again, you're saying a couple different things. What I want to be clear is, at base, you're saying a comparable return based on relative risk, period.
Well, I think you need to know relative to what. So I think I'm being clear on relative to what, right?
Yeah,
So
but
I think that's an important thing
Let me ask clear. You say a peer group, right?
Yes,
And the basis for determining that they're peers is risk, correct?
it is industry, we sort on industry and overall business profiles as well as consider risk. Yes, so there's a variety of screening criteria that are used to establish the group.
Okay. Why do you use the same industry? Is it because the industry generally has comparable risk?
Similar operating characteristics.
Okay,
Yep.
but what does similar operating characteristics have to do with anything other than risk?
Similar operating characteristics, similar expectations from, so it's regulated industry, right? So similar regulation. So generally speaking, I guess you could call that risk, generally speaking.
Okay. Does your peer group, do you compare the required returns of American Water to any specific businesses in the same general part of the country?
Not with intent. Capital is fungible. And when Hope and Bluefield were written, maybe investments were more localized, but the capital markets are fairly efficient and capital flows without respect to necessarily the region today. And so the comparability of an investment would be based on the investor's ability to invest in a broad range of investments across the country. So the region is not typically relied on as a screening criteria. In fact, years ago, the FERC used to rely on region for their electric utility proxy groups 2 decades ago, and they've abandoned that approach in the last maybe 15 years and no longer rely on regional proxy groups in the recognition that capital is fungible.
Okay. So they didn't have stock markets in the 1920s?
I believe they did.
Like they
giving you
infamously did have stock markets in the 1920s.
Yes, I believe
right?
that's
Yeah.
true. As I said, regional proxy groups were something that had been considered about 20 years ago and no longer are relied on in terms of establishing a robust proxy group.
Well, that's a very generalized statement, but do you intend that to be referred specifically to the former FERC formula process for determining ROE, or across the entire country, everybody decided not to look at regions anymore 15 to 20 years ago?
Well, I don't know that it was 15 to 20 years ago. I've been in this business a fairly extensive time period, and I have never testified in a case where the region was specifically identified as the proxy group. So I think I've testified in, I don't know, 150 cases or so, and over the last 15 years, and I've, prior to that, understudied another witness for another 10 years, and in none of those cases did we rely on regional proxy groups. So that's the frame of reference I have.
But that was during the time that FERC did, in their process, rely on regional reviews?
Their process was to abandon the regional reviews during that time period.
Well,
Yes.
Okay, so you started in the last 15 or 20 years.
So I started testifying in the last 15 years,
Okay.
yes.
And you worked 10 years before that.
That's correct.
Okay, so when you started, FERC specifically was considering the region, correct?
In the electric companies only.
Well, who else do they regulate ROEs for?
Natural gas transmission.
Yeah. Not water?
I'm not certain what the FERC regulation is for water, but certainly natural gas transmission.
And maybe I missed it. In the last case, Ms. Bulkley, I was asking you specifically in relation to your peer group, if you had an appreciation for what percentage of American Water, for instance, because that's ultimately the parent company of Kentucky American that has the publicly traded stock, correct?
American Water is publicly traded, yes.
Okay. That what percentage of revenues from the peer group came from forecasted test periods or alternative rate mechanisms or, I'll say non-traditional rate recovery? And did you provide that in this case?
I believe I provided, if you were to look at Exhibit AEB 8, that exhibit, much like the exhibit that we talked about the last time I was here, actually, does consider for each of the proxy companies in each jurisdiction that they operate, whether they have an infrastructure cost recovery mechanism, future test year, or decoupling mechanism.
That they have whether it's available to them or they employ it, correct?
That is correct.
Do you know what percentage of their revenue actually flows through that mechanism?
No, I do not.
So if some of these are the gas utilities, right? Or entities of LDCs.
I'm sorry.
Some of these are LDCs.
Yes,
Some of
that's
these are
correct.
listed are LDCs. And are you aware that LDCs occasionally have mechanisms by which they can recover we'll call them like a pipeline replacement rider or an accelerated main replacement rider, but riders that allow for capital cost recovery specifically for safety-related investments? Are you generally aware of that?
I am generally aware of their infrastructure riders, yes.
So it's like a specified, narrow, or whatever. It's not a broad capital rider. It's a specific capital rider.
That may be one of them that they have, yes. So
Yeah.
I would say that they have sometimes multiple riders. So they might have a rider that is specific to infrastructure, that is cast iron main replacement, for example, and then other riders that might be for other capital investments at this point.
So when you list whether it's available to them or not, it doesn't indicate how broad they are or what percentage of revenues or investments are recovered through them. Is that right?
It does not list the percentage of revenues,
So
no.
if a utility had a pipeline replacement rider that's narrow to 70-year-old or older cast iron mains, that would just show up here when you present it as an accelerated an accelerated capital recovery rider, right?
It would show up as an infrastructure cost recovery mechanism, yes.
And that
The
would be very
revenue-
different than a broad, you know, I don't know, a broad infrastructure rider that allows for any replacement of mains, recovery that maybe is equal to, I don't know, 3/4 of the investment that the utility expects to incur in a given year. For the purposes of your exhibit here, those would be the same, effectively, right? They exist, they're in place, they allow for capital cost recovery.
For the purposes of that exhibit, that's true. I
Okay.
believe we also provided in the work papers the S&P report from which that information is derived. So to the extent
Yes.
that there is more information on those mechanisms in that report, we have provided that as well in my work papers.
Yeah, and that's what I was gonna ask. So I in my free time, go through and occasionally review some of these, investor presentations by investor-owned utilities. Do you ever do that? Maybe not in your free time, but as part of your, as part of your job?
No, it's often in my free time.
Okay. And occasionally, investor-owned utilities will like to make it clear and let it be known to the investor community how much of their revenues are subject to something other than historic rate recovery. Have you ever seen those parts of presentations where they say, look, you know, a third of our jurisdictions have forecasted test periods, or, you know, another third have capital cost recoveries, and only a third of our rate base is subject to historic rate case. I'm just making up an example. Have you ever seen those types of presentations or portions of presentations?
I can't say that I can recall one specifically that would say only a third is subject, yeah, so
Yeah.
not even the third, but there are often references in investor presentations that identify jurisdictions that have forward test years, that have infrastructure riders. But I cannot say that I can recall an investor presentation that specifically provides the revenue requirement that is recovered, which was the subject of your prior question.
It was. And the question I just asked you, though, was about the amount of capital or rate base that actually gets recovered through those mechanisms. Have you heard any presentation on the amount of capital that can actually be employed through those, or
I'd have to
on a
see
forward
one.
or backwards looking?
Yeah, I'd have to see one. I can't say that I have seen that by jurisdiction. No, I can't.
Okay.
There often are presentations identifying how much capital is intended to be spent by jurisdiction, but I cannot say that I recall a slide that is more granular than that to say for each operating jurisdiction how much is recovered in the tracking mechanism. I can't say that I can recall one off the top of my head.
All else equal, is a utility with a capital recovery mechanism that only allows 10% recovery or 10% of revenues to be recovered through it, or 10% of investments to be recovered through it, versus a similar situated utility, but the only difference being that utility gets half of its capital can be recovered through a rate adjustment or a rate mechanism or a capital recovery mechanism. Which of those two utilities, with that being the only difference, is less risky?
Well, this is a very specific example that I'm not sure pertains specifically to any of the proxy group companies that I have here. But obviously, if you assume everything else to be exactly the same for these two companies, one that had greater recovery would potentially have less risk. If everything else were to be absolutely identical, I think this hypothetical is in fact that, though, very hypothetical and very difficult to assess to that level of detail in practice.
Is it? Because
Yeah.
if we say that near-time recovery of investments, all else being equal, let me ask you this way. Does near-term recovery or real-time recovery of investments equate to less risk, all else being equal, than having to wait until periodic rate cases to recover that investment from an investor perspective?
Yes, I do think that's true. However,
Okay.
what we're doing here is looking at this relative to the proxy group, right? So it's not a matter of does an individual company, we're not comparing a company to itself. What we're doing here is comparing a company to a proxy group of companies that are publicly traded. We're using publicly traded stock data stock price data, dividend data for the proxy group companies in order to run the cost of equity analyses. So we're taking the market's interpretation of the risk associated with that group and comparing it to the subject company. So that's the comparison, not an individual company with one change made to its own mechanisms. That's not a comparison that we can make
Okay,
because
great.
we have abandoned then our test group.
Okay, that's great. So if Kentucky American Water no longer, if the statutes change and they no longer have a forecasted test period, and the commission changes its mind and they no longer have a quip, is Kentucky American more or less risky compared to your proxy test group?
I'm sorry, say that one more time. This wall is a little bit tough to
If the
hear, so,
If the legislature changes the law and takes away Kentucky American's ability to seek forecasted rate cases, forecasted test period rate cases, and the commission removes the ability of Kentucky American Water to have a quip, is Kentucky American Water more or less risky relative to your proxy group?
well, if you look at that exhibit that I was just focusing us on, which is AEB 8, I believe that, just go back to that exhibit. So more than half of the proxy companies have forward-looking test years, and approximately 79% of them have the ability to recover infrastructure in between rate cases. So to the extent that the company did not have those capabilities, they would have greater risk than the proxy group.
Okay. If none of those companies are able to recover any more than 10% of their investments through those trackers that you lay out, and Kentucky American, on the other hand, is able to recover 90% of their investments through the quip, same question, does that make them more or less risky relative to your proxy group?
I think this is very hypothetical. First of all, what we've done here is looked at multiple factors, not just that one factor. So again, my schedule is looking at infrastructure, future test years, revenue stabilization. So you're asking to change one element and say, are they more or less risky? They still would they still have a future test year?
Yeah.
So you're changing one element, they don't have decoupling, the rest of the proxy group does. I would say that there are still risk factors there that are higher, right? So you're looking at each factor.
90%, I just want to be clear. So the changes are, this group, anybody who has I think you call them a infrastructure cost recovery mechanism, everybody who's a yes, but only 10% of investments. Kentucky Americans is yes, but 90% of investments,
But no decoupling.
but no decoupling.
And so I'd have to have some way of understanding the difference between those to be able to say that. What's the implication of that?
So I think that's incredibly important. And my question is, do you understand the difference between each one of these investment cost recovery mechanisms and Kentucky American's current quip?
Do I understand all of the details? No, but I know that overwhelmingly they each have, so more than 50% have revenue stabilization, more than 50% have a future test year, and almost 80% of them have infrastructure riders. So I think in total, I think they are, to the extent that there's an infrastructure rider for Kentucky American, they would be similar. But without decoupling, there's greater risk there.
So I've got questions from Ms. Citron here in a minute, because I understood her responses to, I understood some responses the other day that maybe mean that that the company was gonna move forward with the level of investments in pipe replacement regardless of whether they have the quip expansion. If Kentucky American Water doubles the amount of investments they're making in replacing mains, and only a portion of those, let's say half of that, can be recovered through the quip, as compared to a company that recovers all of that through a quip, is one more or less risky compared to the proxy group?
Yeah, so you're asking for one element when we're looking at everything and it's in total. So I think it's a little bit tough to say, what is that one company? Which one of these companies are you referring to? Do they have a forward test year? Do they have decoupling? Do they have other
As compared to the
factors?
proxy group, just bluntly.
Well, you'd asked for a company. So are you looking for the
This company.
companies on, no, you said in comparison to a company.
No. So let me be clear. if Kentucky American starts to replace, let's call it 40 miles of pipe a year, okay? And in one scenario, they're able to recover all 40 miles of that pipeline replacement through the QUIP. And in the other scenario, they are able to only recover 10 to 13 miles of that through the QUIP, and the rest has to go through traditional rate making, whether it's a forecasted test period or not. Those two utilities, which one is more risky relative to the proxy group?
Oh, certainly having less recovery would have greater risk.
I did have a general question. You've been doing this for 15 years as a witness and 10 before that
Roughly.
assisting in this, yeah, okay. Between the 2018, let's say the June 27th order, June 27, 2019 order in the 2018 Kentucky American case, and this case, water utility betas have been, trying to think of a nice word, changed. They went up, and my question is, do you believe they've settled again?
They have been consistent. If you were to look, I actually have an exhibit on that as well. So if you were to look at as part of my CAPM, I've actually looked at the long-term average on the betas. That is Exhibit AEB 5.
Right.
So, so my CAPM analysis actually looked at current betas calculated by Value Line and Bloomberg. The difference between those being one is a 5-year calculation historical, the other is a 10-year calculation, and then looking at the long-term average betas. So I've considered the variability in beta in my CAPM analysis. If you were to look at AEB 5, you would see that the betas have been about 0.8 for 2020, 2021, and 2022 on average. And in the current instance, we're in that general ballpark, I think maybe 0.79 to 0.81, somewhere in there. So we're still sort of in that same ballpark, which is higher than the historical long-term average, of course. But if you look back further, they have been higher at other points too. So I think the 2018 and 2019 appear to be sort of, I'd say, unusually low in the 10-year period.
Well, and that's the reason, that's the time period that we're talking about in the last rate case, right?
Right.
That they went up after that, and they're still, at least as a general matter, still in that same level of going up. Do you think, though, that, I guess what I'm trying to ask is, so in this case, you use the 10-year average, right?
Well,
For the purpose of your CAPM.
I've used 3 measures.
Okay.
I've used a 5-year historical average beta, which is how Value Line calculates them. So if you were to look at AEB 1, which is the summary of my results from my direct testimony, you would see that there are 3 scenarios for the CAPM. Current CAPM calculated using Value Line beta, using Bloomberg, and using a long-term average. And so the difference between those 3 is that Value Line uses a 5-year historical calculation. Bloomberg uses a 10-year historical calculation, and then this long-term average beta is the schedule that we've just been relying on, where I've looked at the historical average of all of the betas.
Yeah.
So the 5-year and the 10-year are the historical variability to calculate beta, right?
Yeah, so-
And then the long-term is the absolute long-term average of all of the betas.
So that was what I was actually going to ask. So historical beta for AEB5, that's the 10-year average?
The long-term average beta that is shown in AEB5, that scenario uses the beta that is in Exhibit AEB5 which is the average column, column 11. So the long-term average for 10 years. Yes, that's correct.
Okay, how's that different than the 10 years that Bloomberg uses?
Yes, so this is what I was describing. So the calculation of beta, Value Line uses a 5-year correlation. Bloomberg uses a 10-year correlation of the stock to the market in the calculation to derive beta. What I'm doing is taking the 10-year betas, the 10-year average of all of the proxy group's betas and averaging that together. So what is the beta for my proxy group as of the year end 2013, 14, 15 going forward? Those 10-year betas for the proxy group and averaging those. Averaging those individual betas as reported by Value Line, I should say. And so that data, Value Line's betas are calculated using a 5-year correlation. So it's 5 years of historical data that gets used for each company in each of these observations in AEB5. And then those are averaged over 10 years to get a sense of how to normalize or to at least address the concerns that have been raised across the country about where betas are today as compared to historically.
Okay. Ms. Braun?
So just a few questions. Ms. Bulkley, when you were answering the questions regarding how you prepared the exhibit that shows the development of the proxy group, I recall that you mentioned your work papers, correct?
Yes.
And those were provided in response to the commission staff's second request for information, number 30. And one of those attachments you provided, they were quite voluminous, but one of your attachments was attachment number 20. And that document, if you recall, is a report that's prepared by Regulatory Research Associates. And the name of that report is Adjustment Clauses State-by-State Overview. Do you recall that report?
Yes, I do.
And did you utilize that report in to prepare your proxy group?
I used that state-by-state report in order to compare the regulatory commissions, so to do the regulatory commission analysis. I'm just looking in there's a index that was provided for these exhibits, and I'm just looking for the exhibit that was used, the attachment that was used to prepare the specific schedule we were looking at.
I think they were attachments, work papers, 2 through 12, and then 20.
Right. It would have been one of the S&P confidential attachments.
Are you referencing the RRA report that I mentioned?
Yes.
That's attachment 20.
Yes.
Yes. And in that document, which as you mentioned is confidential, and we don't wish to go into confidential session for the purpose of my questions, but does that report identify the type of adjustment clause that each utility listed within those states has access to?
It does provide more information about the adjustment clauses, yes.
For
There's-
example, does it delineate between a purchase power adjustment clause? Is that one of the ones that are listed?
Yes, it does.
If it's a traditional generation adjustment rider?
Yes,
If it is a delivery infrastructure rider?
yes,
And did you consider that information in preparing your testimony?
yes, I did.
And do you believe that your proxy group is reasonable?
Yes, I don't think my proxy group is even in dispute in this case. I believe Mr. Baudino relied on the same proxy group that I did.
I have no further questions.
Is there any reason Ms. Bulkley can't be excused?
No.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bulkley.
And Chairman, when you say excuse me, Ms. Buckley?
I mean excused.
Thank you.
She can get on the first flight out if she'd like. Or drive, I should say, these days. All right. Ms. Braun, call your next witness.
Yes. Kentucky American's next witness is Larry Kennedy.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right, please have a seat. State your name and address for the record.
Larry Edwin Kennedy. My business address is Suite 277, 200 Rivercrest Drive in Calgary, Alberta.
Ms. Braun?
Mr. Kennedy, what is your business title?
I'm a senior vice president with Concentric Energy Advisors.
And did you file direct testimony in this proceeding?
I did.
And were you the witness for certain data responses in this case?
I am.
Do you have any changes to your direct testimony or those data responses?
I do not.
And I don't believe you were here in the hearing room on Monday, is that correct?
No, but I did watch
You
virtually.
did watch. And did you hear that there were a few questions that were deferred to you specifically regarding the depreciable life of meters?
I do understand that, yes.
And are you prepared to answer those questions today?
I am.
Thank you. The witness is available for cross-examination.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning. As Ms. Braun was just discussing, on Monday, Ms. Schwartzel deferred one of my questions to you. Can you confirm that as of December 31st, 2022, the net book value of Kentucky American Water's meters was close to $31 million with a future accrual requirement of $36 million?
Can I get you to try that question again now that I have my document in front of me?
Okay. Can you please confirm that as of December 31st, 2022, the net book value of Kentucky American Water's meters was close to $31 million with a future accrual requirement of over $36 million?
I can, yes.
And if the Attorney General's office issues a post-hearing data request for the most updated net book value of those meters, would you be able to provide that number?
I'd have to rely on my friends at American Water to provide me that, but I'm certain we can.
Okay, we'll go ahead and issue that post-hearing data request then, and that's all I have for you. Thank you.
Counsel?
No questions.
Morning.
Good morning.
Do you do depreciation work with electric utilities?
I do.
Okay. If, I'm asking some very general questions here, so I have an appreciation for how it works here and comparing the two. If you retire an undepreciated, a power plant that's not fully depreciated, at the time of that retirement, in that accounting year, the utility is either required to expense that cost or seek deferral accounting, right?
If there's a net book value at the end of the power plant, in other words, the power plant is retired due to whatever reason.
Right.
And there's a net book value at the end. Most often, because a power plant is a very unique asset, it's a big, expensive, single facility. Often those are dealt with either through some type of deferral accounting going forward.
Okay. If electric meters or gas meters or water meters, and I'm asking you all to tell me if there's a distinction between them. They were anticipated, and there's a great example in Ohio with Duke Energy, where they got some new meters, I think we're depreciating them over 15 or 20 years, and they lasted like 8. If you have a big meter set that you go out and put in 50 or 100 or 200,000 meters, and you're expecting them to last 15 years, and you're depreciating them for 15 years, and they last 8. And you got to take them all out and replace them all. The same sort of situation apply as a power plant, or does the undepreciated value continue to get recovered through that metering account?
Normally, it is the latter, where the net book value is recovered through the estimated remaining, the estimated remaining life of that metering account. And the distinction is a single large generating plant is often kind of referred to as location accounting rather than traditional mass property accounting. And the meters tend to fall in that category of mass property accounting.
That it specifically Kentucky American's meters fall into that mass property account, right?
Yes.
Okay. So if meters last a third or half or 99% of what their depreciable life is before they're officially retired, it doesn't really matter. The full cost, the full original book value of those meters continue to get included in the depreciation rates that are set. Is that right?
Generally, yes.
And if, I guess I'll have to find out, if the meters at question here that Kentucky American currently has are being depreciated over 15 years, and they're all apparently intended to be replaced at 10 years, that additional 5 years of depreciation expense, it's going to be proposed to be recovered in rates, just as a matter of course, right?
Yes, and I think we want to kind of understand the circumstance here. The meters, while they may have had an intended life of 15 or 20 years, they were grouped for the calculation of life determination with all the other metering assets. So the meter installs, the vaults, the meter setters. And ultimately, that whole group had an established life of 40 years. So when the depreciation rate is established specifically for meters, up to now, in the prior depreciation work, those meters were based on a 40-year life because they were part of that group of assets that comprised the family of metering assets. Our proposal in this case is quite different. We had the opportunity to go out to the metering plant in Lexington, look at those meters, touch them, hold them, kind of figure out what all the pieces were and the components, and we determined that that was no longer appropriate. The age of digital meters, the type of metering, it now would dictate that we should break that family of meters into the independent, somewhat more componentized independent units. So we determined that we should actually break that metering out and analyze the life expectation of metering investment individually away from the meter installs and the meter vaults and the meter setters. So that resulted in our change of life estimate specifically for meters to determine for the determination of an estimate to be specific to those meters to be 10 years in relation to the company's targeted meter replacement profiles based on the factors the company considered when they now have decided that they should replace those meters on a 10-year cycle. So we've established a 10-year life for meters, which is a change from the 40-year life that was used in the prior depreciation study for meters.
Yeah, do you have any experience with meters, of water meters being accurate after 40 years?
Old water meters, they don't make them like
They
they used
don't
to.
make them like they used to. That's the testimony right there, right? They don't make them like they used to.
No, they're very different.
So they're very different. They're more expensive now, right? Maybe not on a relative basis, but at least on an absolute basis, they're more expensive now, correct?
They are, and when I say they don't make them like they used to, it's like buying, my great-grandfather had an old Model T Ford that lasted for a long time. It cost him a fortune to operate that Model T Ford.
Yeah.
But the new cars now have more electronics, except, and same as meters. They now are a very different meter than they used to be, and have a much shorter life because of the various technology inherent in there. But meters, in the old days, I had a house at one time that probably had a 40-year meter in it. It leaked. I'm not sure how accurate it was, but
Why was 40 years chosen? Do you have, in your review of the accounting records, why was 40 years determined to be an appropriate measure by the company?
oh, certainly. So the company looked at they took the retirement history profile of all the assets, and that included the retirement of the installation costs, the retirement of meter setters. And quite frankly, we asked to go through the metering plan because we were confused. How did 40 years become an accurate estimate? And what it was is the meters that had historically maybe lasted 15 to 20 years for a long time, that retirement experience was embedded in the 60 and 70 and 80-year retirement profiles of some of those other assets. So on average, that whole group, the 40-year estimate was probably fairly accurate. But when we look at those pieces, we have now taken that 40-year asset group, broken it down to 10 years for meters, and moved to 60 years for some of the other assets that no longer live. So on average, back when that was done, that 40-year estimate appeared to be somewhat accurate for the group as a whole. That's changed as the technology inherent in meters is changed. But what hasn't changed is things like the meter setters, the vaults that are used. So those are still a long life asset, and we've increased by 50% the average service life on those asset groups, but reduced the life to 10 years on the meters.
And what's that done on like a weighted average basis to the entire? Because you had a mass account that had lots of different kinds of assets that overall was at 40, right?
That's correct.
Then you, assuming that 40 is an average of all that or a weighted average of all of that, if you disaggregate it, and some are going to be less than 40, some ought to be more than 40. And then you changed some of those, right? You changed some of those years. It sounds like with meters, it may have been 15 and 20 back in the day, I don't know. Now you're saying 10. Do you know what the, just changing internally the assumptions around those individual components, what that average life would have been as compared to 40 if they were aggregated again?
We did not do a study of if they count as a totally aggregated account, so I'm not
Well,
certain.
I guess what I'm trying to, it's no longer an apples comparison because they were aggregated and now they're disaggregated, correct?
That's correct.
And individual components were changed. It's not just the meters that were given a different assumed life, correct? You were saying vaults now have been extended, for instance.
Yes, so
Okay.
they
So
would have.
what would it have looked like if it went back to being aggregated?
It'd be something significantly longer than the 10 years that we ascribe to meters. Would it be shorter than, or how would it compare to the 40? My suspicion is it would be slightly lower, simply because of the cost and the investment made in the individual meters that are that 10-year asset, as compared to the asset mix that was in place back in 2014, that the last study was based on.
Is the disaggregation required by accounting rules?
The requirement is that the meters all end up in an account classification of 334. The appropriate textbooks around depreciation study analysis would say aggregation is okay if the causes of retirement and the forces of retirement are similar amongst all the various components. So now, what we see is much more retirement of the meters themselves that is very separate from those other assets that were in that group. Had I been sitting before you in 2016, I think it would have been, when the last study was heard, I'm not certain because I wasn't there and I'm not familiar with all the facts and circumstances at that point. I have, in my studies, often recommended to clients to disaggregate accounts like meters and deal with that shorter life asset independently. It just causes too much intergenerational inequity not to, as we're seeing here. Now you got to fix it. Now you got to deal with all that unrecovered cost. And that's, to me, a burden that could maybe have been avoided when it became obvious. Was it obvious in 2016? I'm not sure. Like I said, I didn't do the 2016 study. To me now, it is obvious that that account should be broken out, with the meters at least broken out from the other assets.
Yeah, and I want to be clear, per your testimony, what's obvious? That meters are not lasting near as long as the company anticipated?
Know that they aren't lasting near as long as that 40-year average that resulted out of that aggregate grouping.
Well, but they were never going to last 40 years, right?
Agreed.
Like, I think the commission has a requirement, it's regulations that meters have to be tested or removed after 10 years, which we talked about earlier. There were cases which Kentucky American was provided deviations to 15 years. You're generally aware of those deviations?
I am.
Okay, and do you know whether Kentucky American removed those, tested them, and put them back, or removed those and discarded them?
Generally, the cost to remove them and put them back in service is less economic than just replacing them.
Right, so it's a fair assumption to say, and it's my understanding of the practice, they just retired them after the 15 years.
Yes.
And if that's been the practice for 10 or 15 years, that hasn't been true and had been obvious for longer than since 2015, right?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Meters are definitely, I can't remember a study where we would have ascribed a 40-year average service life to a meter when it was reviewed all by itself.
Yes. And is it the meter or is it the communications modules? I mean, you do these depreciation studies, it's the communication that's failing before the actual metering, right?
That used to be the case, I would say, up until a few years ago. The challenge on meters used to be when you attach these electronic ERTs. Again, I can't remember what the acronym stands for. But that piece was often the limiting factor. And so the meter physically may have been able to last longer, but it couldn't communicate because of this communication device. We are now seeing the advancement in metering where that device that you bolt on is so intrinsic to the meter that they really aren't considered to be a separate component anymore. Like I say, the newest generation of AMI meters, generally you wouldn't just replace the end point. And I'm thinking now maybe to the gas industry, which had meters, and a lot of them spent complete programs to go out and attach ERT devices to historic gas meters. That, I would say, in the last 5 years has changed, where they no longer find that it's hard to get a new gas meter that doesn't have that new ERT device embedded into it. So the thought that you can just change those endpoints easily under programs is probably diminishing, and I would say that's across North America. Maybe I'm not.
And I think I'm asking about different things. I'm saying that when a meter is removed, and I'm asking specific with Kentucky American whether you have discussed this with them, that the cause of failure of the meter is the inability to communicate, not necessarily the inability to accurately meter.
I think it's firstly the inability to communicate, and secondly, to meet the testing requirements, they pull that meter out. They have to look at the meters on either a 10 or, in this case, with the exception, a 15-year life. At that point, those meters are being pulled, and it's just more economically to put brand new ones in at that point.
And it's because of the integrated nature of the meter is what you're saying?
Largely.
Yeah. All right, so let me ask you, and if you're not the right person, I just want to make sure I have an appreciation of the interaction between depreciation and revenue requirement, okay? They don't make them like they used to. $1 out of my pocket, my personal pocket, is the same, in my opinion, as an expense and as a capital cost, because I don't have a balance sheet, a personal income statement, a personal balance sheet, right? It's $1 at the end of the day. As a general matter, that's a distinction from a business, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
I just want to be clear, though, if you capitalize a dollar out of your pocket is a one-time expenditure. If it's an operating cost, it's a dollar every year.
No, and so when it comes to the Model T that you were talking
Yeah.
about earlier, if you don't have an income statement, if you don't have a balance sheet, a dollar to fix something, not saying it's a recurring fix, but to fix something each time, whether it's costlier or costlier, there's no distinction for a personal cost between a capital expense and an expense, right?
Right, and I'm not going to get into the whole, what's the current value of that dollar today versus
Yeah.
if I make that dollar expenditure in a number of years out, but yeah, generally, you spend a dollar is a dollar.
Yeah, a dollar is just a dollar. I'm not worried about time value of money for the purpose of these questions. That's different for a corporation, a company, right? And certainly different for a regulated utility. Would you agree? That there's a distinction between how an expense is accounted for and how capital cost is accounted for.
I would agree, there's definitely a distinction between how those are recovered.
Okay. And as a general matter, you've been around utilities, I've seen your CV. As a general matter, utilities earn a rate of return on capital investments. They're capital employed for the public convenience. I think that's kind of what Bluefield we were talking about earlier, not on operating expenses. Would you agree?
I agree.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. Counsel?
Yeah, just briefly so that I understand this, Mr. Kennedy, you were talking about the disaggregation within, I believe it's account 334, if I'm getting that correct, related to meters.
Correct.
Okay. And walk me through this. So that class in the last case had a 40-year aggregate life. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And what are you proposing for meters in this case?
So in this proceeding, I am proposing a 10-year life for meters and a 60-year life for the remaining meter infrastructure. So that would be the meter installs account and the meter vaults account.
Okay, so meters would go from 40 to 10 years, meter installations and meter vaults go from 40 years to 60 years.
That's correct.
Okay, and to make sure I understand though, I realize that for meters, you're recommending a 10-year useful life. Is that the depreciation rate that you have proposed for meters?
No, and that there's, this goes back to the chair's questions. There's often a difference between, non-utility accounting and utility accounting. So when we develop a depreciation rate, we look at three pieces. First off, we look at what's the estimated life, and I'm going to use the 10-year life of these meters. So that, I think there was a question on Monday, I can't remember to who the question went, but gee, how can 10 years not equal 10%? Well, they would in some circumstances where you don't have this mass property accounting concept where gains and losses of prior retirements need to be dealt with. So the first thing we look at is the average service life estimate of the asset, 10 years. And that's an average. Then we look at what's the estimated cost to replace those meters when they are going to be retired, the net salvage value. In this case, we moved that from a 20% estimate in the 2016 case to a negative 15%. So we reduced that in part to recognize the burden that was resulting from this move from a 40-year life on meters to 10 years. So we have the life and the net salvage piece. But what we need to do is recover that net book value that I think the AG asked me about, that $31 million. That $31 million was built up because you really have the physical asset lasting 10 to 15 years, but it's being depreciated over 40. And the metering account has over doubled. When we look at the meters as at 2016, they're approximately less than half, about 40% of what they are if you look at that as at the end of 2022. So you have thereabouts of $20 million being added to this account over that period that are depreciating at a rate that's over a life estimate that's too small for that specific group. So what we've built up is a $31 million accumulated depreciation deficiency over that time by using that life estimate of 40 years on those meters as compared to, even if you were to have used a 10 or 15-year life in the last case, But my use of 10 is now showing that discrepancy, the variance between what theoretically the accumulated depreciation account should be at versus what it actually is. So we look at that variance, and now how do we recover that? Well, we recover that over the remaining life of the asset. So that $37 million approximately in meters has an average remaining life, based on the 10-year life estimate, of just over 5 years. So we're recovering that large deficiency over that remaining life of the meters, of that group. And that's what's caused this, that large recovery, and that's why I referred to it as, it starts to cause generational equity problems when you have these estimates and the account is not appropriately componentized. So we now have to deal with that, and that's what's causing this big jump from the 3.5%, I think, on the metering to the 24% on metering. It's the recovery of that deficiency combined with the change in the life estimate on the more current investment. So we have the three components. The general change from a 40-year life to a 10-year life has thereabouts of a 4 times change on the meter, on the life estimate component of that. We've offset that in part by reducing the burden or the estimate of the net salvage requirement at the end of the life from -20 to -10. But now we are picking up over a relatively short period of time that accumulated depreciation variance that's trued up. We take those calculations, and they're within our study itself, and the detailed calculations come up to the 24% that we are seeing as the recommended rate.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
I just want to be clear. Have you seen this level of, we'll call it under depreciation before?
Yes, on metering, in a number of cases. As the companies have migrated to AMI programs, yeah, we have seen where companies that maybe not to, well, maybe to this extent, where the life estimates have been built on the aggregation of accounts. Because it's historically it was an easy thing to do, it was an easy way of keeping records. We're much better at that now. So I would say in many of the metering, or many of the cases we get into, metering has become the problem child in terms to try to deal with. So it's not unique to Kentucky. It's unique in electric, gas, and water utilities, and it's virtually in every jurisdiction we get to. Maybe to this extent, it's a little bit larger as a percentage, moving from a 3.5% rate to a 25% rate. But I would say we have often seen rates that have tripled.
Does that strike you as frustrating that something as simple as metering, something that these utilities have been doing for decades and decades and decades, is somehow harder than it used to be?
I don't know if I'd use the word frustrating. It's one of these things that I think the sooner we deal with, the better the less problem. So to park it away and keep using the methods that we had been using, in this case for a number of years, this issue becomes exponentially larger from case to case.
As a general matter, you have an understanding of utility accounting as a general matter?
I was supervisor of a clown accounting group for just about 20 years.
As a general matter, utilities make decisions to retire assets, right?
Yes.
It's within their control. Yeah.
In many cases, sometimes assets just stop working, and then the question becomes a lot easier, but
Yeah. Okay.
you just,
How have other jurisdictions dealt with this issue? Have any used deferral accounting or alternative recovery mechanisms to keep from having to move from a 3% or a 3.5% recovery mechanism to a 25% depreciable rate?
Yeah, what we have seen, I'm guessing there's a couple of different methods. I'm going to describe them somewhat broadly. One would be to take that net book value and amortize that over a very specific purpose, kind of take that deficiency out of the equation and say, how would we fairly amortize that? Do we amortize that over 5 years or 10 years? And that sometimes can have a little bit of a mitigation aspect to it. We've seen that. We've seen deferral accounting as well. We have seen utilities, as they move from legacy metering to AMR, do the componentization at that point, so the issue isn't quite as long embedded. But generally, the answer is probably about an equal amount of doing as we're proposing here, just to recover that and let's get this fixed. And the other half would probably been with some type of amortization period or deferral of that net book value over a limited period of time.
Okay. Can you think of any proceedings specific, let me ask it this way. If we sought like a post-hearing data request, 2 or 3 previous instances that you've provided testimony in or participated as cases in which the utility commission provided some alternative mechanism for recovery of that other than just changing the depreciable rate within the mass meter account, could you provide those as a post-hearing data request?
I could. That'd probably be Canadian jurisdictions that have dealt with it more frequently than in the US, just because I've done more cases in Canada.
That's fine.
But we can have a couple of them, yes.
Is the Canadian accounting standard similar to the uniform system of accounts?
Virtually identical. If I look at the Canadian uniform. Unfortunately, Canada does not have a uniform system of accounts as we do in the US, as you do in the US. And so often the US uniform system of accounts is adopted as a standard.
Okay, so we'll do that as a post-hearing data request, just
Yeah, no, we
the
can
last
do that.
3 representative cases in which you participated in the final orders that dealt with this unrecovered depreciable rate of legacy meters in a way differently than just updating
Yes, okay.
to new
I
depreciable
want to
rate.
just make sure that, yeah, so, and then other than,
We'll
through standard
we'll do
recovery.
it we'll file it. It'll be very specific and written, and so you'll have the benefit of that, but that's the idea.
yes.
Okay. All right, Ms. Braun, anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Is there any reason this witness can't be excused?
No.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Braun?
Kentucky American's next witness is Harold Walker.
I'm going to swear Mr. Do you have questions? Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right, please have a seat. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Harold Walker III. My business address is 1010 Adams Avenue, Audubon, Pennsylvania, 19403.
Ms. Braun?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please provide your business title
Manager of Financial Studies,
and with what company?
Gannett Fleming Valuation and Rate Consultants.
Thank you. And did you file direct testimony in this proceeding?
I did.
And did you also file rebuttal testimony as well?
I did.
And were you also the witness for certain data responses in this case?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections to your testimony or those responses?
I have one correction that I'm aware of, and that is on page 3 of my rebuttal testimony.
And what is that correction?
On line 24, the number at the end of that line, 3,141,000, should be 3,146,000.
Okay, thank you. The witness is available for cross-examination.
Mr. Osterloh?
I do not have any questions for Mr. Walker.
I do have a handful of questions. Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Walker.
Good morning.
So based on the correction, I just want to make sure I understand this, that you just made on the stand, your updated cash working capital recommendation for the company to including rate base has increased from 3,146,000 to 3,181,000. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you based your cash working capital recommendation on a lead lag study that you performed. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Walker, is it your understanding that in the Attorney General and Lexington Fayette Urban County Government's witness, Mr. Myers' testimony, he recommends, number one, to adjust the expense lead days for service company charges to match the contracted services expense lead days? And number two, he recommends removing non-cash items from the cash working capital?
Yes.
And is it true that Kentucky American Water prepays the affiliated service company charges?
Yes, they prepay 5.4 days on average.
And is a significant portion of the service company charges that's being prepaid by Kentucky American Water for internal labor?
I don't know the breakdown of the service company charge, but I believe a significant piece would be labor, but I don't have the exact dollar amounts.
And Kentucky American Water does not prepay outside contractors, correct?
It depends on as a overall, within that account, they don't, but I'm sure there's individual invoices in which are prepaid.
But in your lead lag study, you did not reflect outside contractors being prepaid, correct?
Right, on an overall group average, all the invoices, the average was not a prepayment for contract services.
And in Mr. Myers' testimony, he cites to and attaches a portion of a lead lag study that you submitted in a Missouri American Water case, case number WR-2022-0303. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And in the lead lag study that you filed in the Missouri case, you excluded non-cash items and balance sheet adjustments. Is that correct?
The second part of your question, balance sheet adjustments, I don't know what you're referring to. I did not knowingly address that in Missouri. To the first part of your question, yes, I generally follow the principles put forth by each commission. So in Missouri, they exclude those items. In New Jersey, they include those items. So when I testify in those jurisdictions, I follow commission precedent and develop my lead lag study accordingly.
And in your lead lag study that you submitted in the pending case, you included non-cash items, correct?
That is correct.
In your rebuttal testimony, Mr. Walker, beginning on the bottom of page 15, you confirmed that you have reviewed the commission's final order from case number 2021-00183, which was the Columbia Gas of Kentucky rate case. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And when you reviewed the final order in that Columbia Gas case, did you read the directive for the commission on page 14 that states, "The commission places Columbia, Kentucky, and all other utilities on notice that in any future rate cases, a lead lag study is to be performed and shall exclude non-cash items and balance sheet adjustments"?
I did read the order. I can't agree or disagree with your quotation of the order, but that sounds just about right.
Subject to check.
Yes.
Do you recall reading that?
Yes.
And Mr. Walker, is your lead lag study that you submitted in the pending case in compliance with that commission directive?
No, it is not, for a couple of reasons.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
No questions?
Could you expand, just to follow up on that questions, what the reasons would be?
Absolutely. First, in reading the decision, the Columbia, Kentucky decision, the sentence followed a rather lengthy description of the proceedings, the Columbia Gas proceedings. And the sentence itself did not strike me as being, it struck me more, and this is my personal opinion, as being more exacerbated with Columbia Gas in terms of Columbia Gas had agreed to do certain things in settlement in prior cases in the current case, and that was my impression. There was not reasoning for that sentence laid forth. I'm not saying there wasn't reason, I'm just saying in that order. And then secondly, when looking at so-called non-cash items, we're really not including the entire non-cash item. What we're only including is the piece that customers never paid for. So if a customer never paid for roughly 10% of the depreciation expense, we believe that the company is required to finance the uncollectible piece, which is equivalent to the revenue lag day of roughly 37 days. If you take 37 days divided by 365 days, that's roughly 10%. So roughly 10% of these expenditures, the company has never recovered. And we believe it's essential that they be recognized as cash working capital components. And then thirdly, this one change, it struck me that this one change would result in a $7 million change in the cash working capital, something that the methodology that the company has put forth has been accepted for over 40 years. And it struck me that one sentence upending 40 years of precedent was perhaps more reflective of the Kentucky gas situation as opposed to the precedent for this company. For this company, for 40 years, the commission has recognized the portion of the non-cash items which is yet to be collected from customers.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Okay. Can you give me a citation, or have you read an order from the commission in the last, we'll call it 4 years, 5 years, in which the commission, in setting the revenue requirement, adopted a lead lag study for purposes of calculating cash working capital that included non-cash items such as depreciation expense?
I don't know of any offhand. I mean, the
Okay.
Columbia
Could-
Gas decision had a docket number of 21, so I assume that that occurred somewhere in 2021 or 2022. I don't know when the order would have been issued. So that change that you're asking about would have only occurred in the past year or two. Up until that point, I'm
No, I'm just asking, you're
Yes.
talking about precedent. I'm just
Right.
asking, are you aware of an order from this commission that set a revenue requirement that included cash working capital based off of a lead lag study that included non-cash items?
The one I'm familiar with is Kentucky American's last decision, in which these same issues were put forth, and the commission agreed with the position that I'm recommend.
Okay. And are you aware of any orders from this commission in which it denied, or which it set a revenue requirement that included cash working capital as calculated by, or as determined by, a lead lag study that excluded non-cash items?
No, other than the Columbia Gas.
Okay. And you've taken a look at that, or you've asked attorneys to look at that? Have you gotten any input from attorneys as to whether, did you ask, let me ask you this way, did you ask anybody from Kentucky American Water whether there were any other cases on this issue? Any other precedent?
No, I did not.
Okay, so just want to make sure I have an appreciation. Earlier you were talking about you followed the precedent in the other jurisdictions. How did you find out the precedent in those other jurisdictions like Missouri?
I've reviewed the company prior filing. I
Okay, so-
typically look at the company's prior filing.
Okay, so that, I want to be very clear. So when you say precedent, you're just looking at the last rate case that utility filed.
Yes,
You're not talking about any other of the dozens of regulated entities that might have to go in front of that commission when talking about precedent.
that is correct.
Okay, that's very helpful. right, Ms. Braun?
Sure, just briefly. You had mentioned the precedent that you were aware of for Kentucky American for the last 40 years. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
And I'm looking at your rebuttal testimony, and this is page 4, Mr. Walker. And is this the portion that you were referring to in the commission's 2018-00358 final order Kentucky American's last rate case, in which the commission stated, the commission notes that Kentucky American's lead lag study uses the same methodology that we have accepted since 1983. We agree with Kentucky American that the Attorney General has consistently presented and the commission has consistently refused to adopt the arguments raised here regarding the inclusion of non-cash items in the calculation of working capital. The Attorney General / LFUCG offered no new evidence or arguments in the current proceeding to disturb our previous findings or to support a change in our position on this matter. Therefore, consistent with precedent and based upon the evidence in the record, we find the Attorney General LFUCG's proposal regarding cash working capital should be denied. Is that the precedent that you were referring to?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Is there any reason this wouldn't?
No.
Thank you very much. All right, we will take a recess until 10:50, and then we will come back and call your next witness, Ms. Brown. We're back on the record in case number 2023-191. Mr. Ingram, would you like to call your next witness?
Thank you, Your Honor. Kentucky American's next witness is Pat Barronbrook.
All right, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please have a seat. Please state your name and address for the record.
Name is Patrick Barronbrook. Address is 2832 Claremont Road, Raleigh, North Carolina.
Mr. Ingram, you may ask.
Mr. Barronbrook, what is your job title?
It's President of Barronbrook and Company, LLC.
And in your capacity in that employment, did you prepare and cause to be filed direct testimony in this rate case?
I did, yes.
Were you also the identified witness on several of the data responses that have been filed in this
Yes.
rate case? Today, do you have any corrections to either your testimony or any of your data responses?
No.
Mr. Barronbrook is available for questions, Your Honor.
I didn't have any questions for Mr.
No
Barronbrook.
questions.
No questions.
Thank you, Mr. Barronbrook.
Okay.
Easiest time you've had here at the Kentucky PSC in a number of
Yes, I
years.
appreciate that.
Yeah, you may have a nice day. And Mr. Barronbrook is excused for the remainder of the hearing.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Ingram?
Kentucky American's next witness is Rob Mustick.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please have a seat, state your name and address for the record.
Robert Mustick, 800 North Glebe Road, Arlington, Virginia.
Mr. Ingram?
Mr. Mustick, would you state your job title, please?
Managing Director of Work and Rewards,
And who's your employer?
Willis Towers Watson.
Okay, and in your capacity in that employment, did you prepare and cause to be filed direct and rebuttal testimony in this matter?
Yes, I did.
Were you also identified as the witness or as a co-witness on several of the data responses that have been filed in this matter?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any corrections today to any of your testimony or those data responses?
No, I don't.
Mr. Mustick is available for questions, Your Honor.
No questions. Let's go.
No questions.
No questions.
No.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mustick,
Thank you.
you may be excused. So, Mr. Ingram, this comes to, I guess, our part of this whole thing, right? Those are all the witnesses that you all intend on calling?
That is right.
Okay. Do you, would you like to first, given the order in which we took the intervener's witnesses, would you like to first recall any of your witnesses pursuant to that testimony?
We don't need to recall any of ours based on the attorney, no, we do not.
Okay, all right. So first, I'd like to recall then, and then after we recall all these witnesses, Mr. Ingram, I'll give you an opportunity to make sure it's clear that your case is complete. So I just want to make sure you don't think I'm skipping past you here. First, I'd like to recall witness Porter.
So what we'll do is, we'll switch out counsel, Your Honor.
Well, actually, yeah, that's fine. There's no particular order. Are you the witness or the attorney that intends on calling, well, are you the attorney assigned to witnesses Porter, Citron, or Lewis?
I'm the attorney assigned to Ms. Citron.
Okay.
Ms. Braun is assigned to Mr. Lewis, and Ms. Wimberly is assigned to Ms. Porter.
Do you all have a preference for the order?
No, we do not. I want to make sure that I heard Ms. Citron's name.
Mr. Ingram. So we'll just start with Ms. Citron.
Okay.
All right, Ms. Citron, please have a seat. Just remind you that you're still under oath from Monday. Staff, do you all have any questions, staff counsel?
Yes, we do.
Oh, please.
Thank you. Hi, good morning, Ms. Citron.
Good morning.
I know that my voice is not terribly loud and you've got them around. If there's anything that you can't hear, don't understand, please don't hesitate to let me know.
Will do.
I would like to spend a little time revisiting the Qualified Infrastructure Program, the QUIP, and I will use the word QUIP to
Sure.
refer to this. If I recall correctly, you were not involved in the case 2018-358 in which the QUIP was approved.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
If you don't mind, I have just a couple questions that are background. I think we have enough people that are newer to the issue. I'd like to make sure that we're all on the same page in terms of understanding.
Agree with that? Yep.
Okay. In case number 2018-358, is it your understanding that the commission approved a QUIP requested by Kentucky American,
Yes.
and that what was approved was for replacement of cast iron, galvanized steel main, primarily with some additional, I'm not going to worry about the subsequent cases that addressed it, but
Then yes, that's correct.
15% of the distribution system, but was responsible for a little over 64% of the main breaks.
That's correct.
And the thought was that that particular type of main, cast iron galvanized steel, was deteriorating faster than it could be replaced.
Partially, yes, and those types were also some of the older mains in the system compared to the other materials that we have.
And if I recall correctly, and I think you'll have a good handle on this one, at that time, it was projected that just to replace cast iron galvanized steel would take a little over 57 years.
At that time, prior to QIP, that was the replacement schedule, yes.
And with that QIP, the replacement schedule would have accelerated the replacement of cast iron galvanized steel main to 25 years.
Yes, that's correct.
So would you agree that as designed, the QIP was not designed to replace all aging main? Let me be clear, because that's a little broad, and I don't want you agreeing to something that isn't concise. That as proposed, but as approved by the commission, the QIP was designed to replace certain types of main and not all type of main materials.
Yes and no. I do believe that that was heavily the focus because, as you mentioned, it's a smaller percentage of our system, accounting for a larger amount of main breaks and a larger amount of the oldest pipe in the system. I believe, because I was in the room for that rate case, so I did get to hear a lot of the testimony. A piece of that was also acknowledging, though, that as we began to replace the cast iron mains and the galvanized steel, there were going to be other types of materials that were going to reach the end of their life and were going to need replacement, not necessarily waiting for the full end of that 25-year replacement cycle, if that's fair.
And because there have been a lot of cases in between, we won't delve into that piece of it. As originally proposed and approved, as approved by the commission, the QIP was to replace 10 to 13 miles annually of cast iron and galvanized steel pipe. And yes, I know that there are other items that are incidental to it. I don't want to pretend that they're not.
Right.
And as I understand, the proposed modification requested in this case will accelerate the amount from that 10 to 13 mile amount to, I think it's 27 to 34 miles, and have any type of material eligible for QIP, correct?
That's correct. That's what we're asking.
Okay. Would you agree that replacing aging infrastructure that's exceeded its useful life is typically part of the routine operations of a utility?
It should be, yes.
And would you agree that for rate-making purposes, the costs associated with replacing aging infrastructure are typically included in rate base and recovered through rates?
Historically, yes.
So here, with the proposal to expand the QIP, what alternatives has Kentucky American evaluated to address the replacement of the aging infrastructure outside of a QIP?
Sure. I think the point that I would really like to get across is that we're having these conversations. We have been in front of the commission multiple times for requests for a DISIC or a QIP and various things. The gap in the replacement of infrastructure is not unique to Kentucky American or even the water industry. We see it across the country, roadways, bridges, sewers. All of our infrastructure is behind where it should be. And what we're faced with today, what's in my testimony, we currently have almost 250 miles of main, primarily cast iron, but other types as well, that are beyond their useful life. They're prone to failure. And so the 10 to 13 miles of cast and galvanized that we've been replacing has been chipping away at that. If you look at our entire system, over 2,300 miles, when we were in front of the commission for that 2018 rate case, at that time, we were looking at 377 years to replace every piece of that as it aged. As we are here today, we're down to 204 years. That being said, we don't have a single type of material that's expected to last 204 years before it breaks or fails. So when we're talking about this expansion of QIP, the necessity of keeping up with the replacements that are already stacked fairly high initially to start with, that's the basis of the request. When you look at the 27 to 34 miles that we would be looking at replacing, they're still heavily focused on cast iron. We still have quite a bit of that to get out of the system. We're only in year 4 of that 25-year QIP program. So we have been able to replace to date 40 miles, but again, there's close to 300 that still needs to be done. And I'm sorry, you asked about alternatives. So,
Trust me, I was circling back to it.
yes, certainly one alternative is to keep on the way that we have been with the 10 to 13 miles and continue to chip away at that. But again, we're seeing more and more pipes reach the end of that age, every year. And so that gap will continue to exist or even widen. There are some options for rehabilitating pipes. You can do certain lining systems. There are a lot of factors in that don't always make our system good candidates. If you have an area that has a lot of service connections, it can be very hard to install that liner and then tap holes in it and reconnect each of those. You do still have to dig out and expose the pipes to get the equipment in to put the liner in. And then ultimately, at the end of the day, you haven't replaced the infrastructure. You've just added sort of, an additional seal coat. So you may have bought yourself 15 to 20 years, but you're still going to come to a point where it does need to be replaced.
Is Kentucky American conducting any other planned main replacement outside of the QIP?
We do have some main replacements that are not cast iron, not related to QIP. Those, I think, are generally have been maybe 1 mile to 2 miles a year that occur. And sometimes they're because we're doing a relocation project in conjunction with the transportation cabinet or other means. Sometimes we just have pipes that are not cast iron that break or are in need of replacement that get replaced.
So to make sure that I'm understanding, I want to distinguish between planned main replacement and I think what you termed as reactive.
Yes.
Main breaks, relocation from Kentucky Department of Transportation and so forth. So to understand that right now that it sounds like all but 1 to 2 miles of planned main replacement, I'm saying it in the negative. Let me try again. For planned main replacement outside of the QIP, it's only about 1 mile to 2 per year.
That's correct. Some years may be more or less depending on what projects have been identified, within our budget and our prioritization process. And I think leading up to the request for QIP in 2018, what we were seeing is that was just not addressing that gap of infrastructure that's needed.
So is it fair to say that Kentucky American is limiting its planned main replacement schedule to the QIP rider?
No, not necessarily. Again, we do have other projects outside of QIP that are replaced. A lot of our asbestos cement pipe pops up on those. That would be one of the categories we would look at adding to QIP if approved. And, again, Kentucky American is going to make the investments that are needed for our customers in the long-term best interest to provide reliable water service. The way our budget is set up for now, the next 2 years, we've identified those projects already, and we'll continue to prioritize those.
And the projects we're looking at for 2 years out, these are projects that are outside of the QIP?
They would be in QIP currently,
Okay.
or as proposed, I should say.
Yep. Is there a reason why Kentucky American has not increased the main replacements included in construction budgets outside of the QIP? And again, not talking about the reactive.
Sure, yeah. Historically, I think that was part of why the QIP was proposed. Those investments, they do need to be made at some type of pace. Obviously, it's not practical or prudent to do all 250 miles in 1 year. That would be unattractive for everyone. But the goal of the QIP is really to be able to increase that investment, try and reduce that gap at a rate that is recoverable in increments each year, rather than the company continuing to make the investments and, coming in for more frequent rate cases or seeing those large spikes when we do.
I want to be very careful on how I ask this question. I'm not trying to make policy from this place. I believe that you may be familiar with some of the cases since 2018.
Yes, ma'am.
In which the commission, at least in 2 orders, clarified the scope of the QIP was for cast iron, galvanized steel, and related material that had to be removed at that time. Given that, can you explain why Kentucky American has not put more focus on replacing other types of materials in a planned manner?
Sure. Ms. Nash has testified to this, and we've heard it before. Kentucky American is in a position where we compete for capital with our other subsidiaries. It's more attractive to them if those dollars are being recovered in the mechanism compared to rate cases. It's more attractive for our customers to see that in a month-by-month annual type of situation. While we do have quite a lot of water mains that need replaced, it's not the only thing that we do. We have other infrastructure that also has needs, and all of those things have to be prioritized within the budget. So if we're looking at shifting all of the dollars towards water mains, we can certainly do that. We would be neglecting then pumps at the treatment plants, valves, fire hydrants in the system, maybe even responding to the unplanned main breaks and things of that nature.
And I believe that your testimony is the unplanned, about the planned main replacement is about a third of the cost of the reactive unplanned.
Yes, when we look at our, it's the line C budget line for unplanned or unscheduled main breaks. Those costs are generally well over $1,000 per linear foot when we respond. And just to give some background on that, if there is a main break in the system, our crews go out, they're repairing, they maybe replace 20 feet of pipe where the break is. There's a lot of costs that are fixed, whether you respond to a 1 foot or 1,000 foot. You have to get equipment out there, you're digging up the road, you're providing restoration. So it just doesn't make sense to wait for all of our pipes to fail and respond retroactively at that kind of cost. The planned main replacements are, on average, at this point, anywhere from $320 to $350 a linear foot, and you're replacing potentially the entire street. One of the reasons for the request to include other material types within our system, we may have sections that over the years have been replaced with different materials. So there may be a stretch of cast iron, and then there may be something else, whether it's cement or plastic. And when you're looking at only replacing cast iron specifically, that can limit where you're able to replace or what you're able to do. We have some streets that have parallel water mains that we like to eliminate when possible. So if there's cast iron and then another material, it makes sense to remove both of those.
Thank you. I think I just have a few more. So if the modification to the QIP is approved, would the proposed expansion impact the priority of replacement of cast iron galvanized steel? Would it basically go back into a pool of projects and using the matrix to make a decision? Or would there still be a priority on cast iron and galvanized steel?
The priority is definitely on the cast and galvanized, and even when you run the model with all of the pipes in our system, you still see it heavily weighted towards those materials because, again, they're typically a smaller diameter, they experience more breaks, they're older. So just the way that those are scored, their likelihood of failure is much higher than other types. The difference, I would say, if you were to look today at our top 50, if we say like the 50 most likely to fail. If you're looking at just cast iron, then there's 50 cast iron pipes. If you're looking at the whole system, it may be that of the top 50, you would have 30 to 40 are cast iron, and the other 10 are various other things. So it does not change the focus a lot, but it does give us the flexibility to replace some of those other areas and be more efficient when we're in a neighborhood that has other types.
Just one last question for you. As we talked about, the QIP was envisioned to be a 25-year replacement cycle. Is that still the case with these modifications? The goal would be to have a 25-year replacement cycle? Or, I'm asking a compound question, I apologize.
That's fine.
Or is there a longer period, and thus the QIP would be needed for a longer time?
Sure. With the modification, the goal is still to have the cast iron out of the system within that 25 years. We're on track for that. The way that it's operating currently, accelerating it would allow us to hopefully reach that point sooner. But again, with just the sheer volume of mileage of pipe that does need replaced, it would be longer than 25 years.
That's it for commission staff. Thank you.
Thank you.
Morning.
Good morning.
Have you all found in the last 5 years
records, I'll ask, even before that you're aware of, 5, 10, 15 years, has Kentucky American Water found records that would indicate that the system is older than you all originally anticipated?
Certainly, there's a certain amount of data cleanup that's going on regularly with the conversion from paper drawings to computers. All of that information was transferred. We're using GIS systems now to track things. So, we do have sections of our system that are on paper marked as unknown material or unknown installation date. As we go through and work through those areas and try and reduce that number of unknowns, they're looking at what's in the area comparable to it and either correcting it based on things that are discovered or making a best guess based on what's nearby.
Okay. So are you saying that you all found a lot of 60, 70, 80-year-old pipes that you thought were much, much newer?
No, not at all. I'm saying there may be sections of the system that previously were listed as an unknown date that we have since been able to go in and clean up, and based on records, realize that they were installed in 1920s with their counterparts or whatever year.
I guess what I'm trying to have an appreciation for, you all know as a general matter and have known how old your system is in a larger sense, correct?
Yes.
This is not a surprise to you that you have 100 plus or 80 plus, 90-year-old plus parts of your system.
Right.
The QUIP, as Ms. Vincent was asking you, was very defined as it relates to those results from the Nessie curve, right?
Yes.
What has been your all's plan for the last decade to replace this infrastructure?
Well, again, those have been identified in segments at a time, not at the pace that we're doing it with the cast iron. The other piece of that is that the oldest pipes generally are cast iron. So the ones that are the oldest are the ones that we've started with the QUIP.
Okay, so the oldest stuff's already being addressed under the current mechanism, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You were at 500-year replacement rate, right? Sorry, Ed, for the record, you can't just sign.
Oh, I'm
nod,
sorry. Yeah,
That's okay.
I believe that was in the last case. Yes.
Okay, 500 years, you've seen that assertion about
Yes.
the company, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then it was 377 years,
Right.
right? Now it's 204 years.
Yes.
Okay. Your all's plan to replace all this is exclusively dependent on the QIP being expanded, is that right?
No, not necessarily. Again, those investments are going to need to be made at some point. We may have pipes that continue to be in service past their useful life like we do today. Again, it's not feasible to renew everything that needs it immediately. And we know that. It's been building that way for decades. In general, the replacement rate has not kept up with the way the system has aged.
Why not? Why hasn't the company prudently replaced its own pipes?
I would love to ask 1950s engineers the same question. Honestly, I think initially when those things were installed, people were just not studying it to the way that we are now because the infrastructure was new at that time. The materials were being touted as long-lasting, and so they were installed. And we're an underground utility, so you don't see it unless it breaks and comes up to the surface. It's a little bit harder to notice if things are deteriorating the same way that you see things above ground. And so I think for many, many decades, it has been kind of a slower rate of replacement because things have lasted and that feels good enough. But as they are getting very, very old now, they're breaking a lot more. We're spending a lot more time responding reactively, and it is a lot more cost to do it that way.
Is it a lot more cost to do it that way? Let me ask it this. What, have you all done a study to determine the overall revenue requirement impact of being reactive is what it sounds like you're saying there versus being proactive in this regard?
So I don't do any revenue studies, but I can say, again, the cost to respond to a main break and replace a couple of feet of pipe is over $1,000 each time. Where we are right now, we see about 200 main breaks a year, so that's considerable. And with the size of our system, you just could not possibly replace every single one of those pipes every year right before it's going to break. We do our best with the prioritization model to figure out which ones are most likely, but there's not a good way to know. And doing the replacements on a planned basis, again, kind of chipping away at that, is the best way to take those steps to get closer to a system that is in sync with its useful life.
Is the entire basis of the QUIP that you all won't be able to do that in a planned basis without more near-time recovery of the cost?
Well, I can't speak to that. Again, we're going to make the investments we need to make based on the pipes that need replacement. Whether that attracts the capital or whether those budgets continue to be approved at the level that we set forth as needed, I really can't speak to.
If you guys are on a 204-year replacement cycle, how are you making those investments at the time they need to now?
Sure, we can talk about that. So the prioritization model that we use for QUIP, we use for the other projects we identify too. But what it looks at are a number of factors. You have a likelihood of failure, and that's really based on the pipe characteristics like the age, the material, the diameter. And then there's a consequence of failure that looks at, if that pipe breaks, will there be flooding damage? Will there be a hospital out of service? Is there a large customer impact? Those types of things. And when you look at them individually, the likelihood of failure is where you see the small diameter cast iron that is prone to breaking. And that's where we've been heavily focused. The consequence of failure piece really brings in some of the larger mains, some of the asbestos cement pipe, other concrete pipe that tends to fail dramatically. Cast iron, when it corrodes and deteriorates, it really looks more like pinholes. So water's just kind of leaking out in small bits along the whole length. It's not as dramatic. So prioritizing those is how we do it. Another piece of that, though, that's not reflected in a mathematical model is working with other utilities and the city of Lexington to try and coordinate, if we can, replacements on the same street together. We've talked a lot in prior QIP cases about those efforts, but it behooves us and our customers and the city if we can coordinate a sewer project with a water project. Our infrastructure was built a lot at the same time that theirs was, and so when they're replacing aging sewer mains, it helps if we can replace the aging water main. So sometimes if I have two projects that mathematically are at the same level on the prioritization model, if I know the city is going to be working on a street, then I would rather choose that one and work on cost sharing the restoration and the traffic maintenance and things like that. So that's kind of another factor that goes into choosing those.
On Monday, I have that you were talking about there are 250 miles of facilities of pipe in Kentucky American system that are beyond their expected life,
Yes.
beyond their useful life, right?
Yes.
And you use the term that's not prudent. Do you agree with that? That it's not prudent to have 250 miles of miles beyond its expected life?
Right. It's just not, it's not in anyone's best interest to just kind of wait for everything to fail.
Are those 250 miles in need of replacement?
They could be. In general, if we're just looking at age, then yes. If we're looking at the other factors that I mentioned with the size or if they've experienced breaks previously, they may or may not be. Not every 1920 segment of pipe is the same. And in general, I would prefer to replace the oldest ones first. But again, we're balancing a number of factors, including where it's located, what the consequence could be, if there's opportunities for coordination.
So I guess I'm just trying to make sure that I have an appreciation for the statement that you made on Monday because I have down that you talked about the 250 miles that are beyond their life, that's not prudent to have that, and the replacement of that is necessary. So I just want to make sure I understand your testimony. The replacement is necessary or is not necessary?
It is necessary, yes.
Okay.
But
So
again,
it
it's-
needs to be replaced.
It does. But again,
Okay. And
not
it has
feasible.
not been replaced, right?
Not to date.
And it's not 1 year, all 250 of those miles is not 1 year beyond its expected life, right?
Right.
Is some of it 10 years beyond its expected life?
Yes.
Okay. Do you plan on addressing that need? Again, you said the replacement was necessary. Do you plan on addressing that need with or without the quip?
Again, it is a large gap that we're looking at. There's no way to replace 250 miles in a handful of years. It took many years to get to that point. It's going to take many years to drive that number back down. So it will be replaced. Again, as it stands today, initially, we have those dollars in our budget for the next 2 years. What happens after that, with or without a quip, is really not up to me. But again, those mains, as they age, as they continue to break, are going to need to be replaced at some point. It's
Okay.
just a matter of how they get prioritized.
You talked earlier about all of your infrastructure is behind in terms of replacement, and that I understood it's 1 to 2 miles of mains are being replaced outside the quip per year. Is that right?
Roughly, yes.
Okay. What is the cost per mile of main replacement that Kentucky American Water is experiencing?
Where we're at today, on average, is about $320 to $350 a linear foot. It does vary based on the location or the complexity.
Okay. So you've read the commission's order in the 2018 rate case approving the quip?
Yes.
I'm going to read you a provision, just tell me if you remember it or
Okay.
are familiar with this. On page 82 of the order. Regarding the Attorney General LFUCG's recommendations for certain limitations, if the Commission approves the quip, the Attorney General LFUCG offered conclusions without evidentiary support for their recommendations. The Attorney General LFUCG stated that unless the quip is limited to a 2-year pilot, the Commission effectively approves a rate mechanism with essentially no cutoff to its operation, period. However, the same statutory authority that permits the Commission to authorize a quip also grants us the authority to terminate or limit the quip. For example, as the Attorney General LFUCG correctly noted, the Commission placed limits on a gas utility whose forecasted estimates for pipeline replacement were demonstrated to be unreliable. Then it footnotes 303 and cites a May 28, 20, it says 2010, but there's no way it can be 2010. But a order in case number 2017-349 regarding Atmos. Have you ever looked at that 2017-349 Atmos order?
I have not.
Okay. So I'll just tell you, Atmos has a PRP. And
What is
when
that?
Atmos came in, a pipeline replacement rider.
Okay.
When Atmos came in, they said it was gonna be $500,000 a mile to replace, and it had already increased by that case, in less than 10 years, to $1.17 million per mile. Would you agree that the cost per mile that Kentucky American Water estimated in proposing the quip in the 2018 case was less than $320 to $350 per mile?
It was.
Was it less than half of that amount?
Yes.
It was about $153 per foot, right?
Yes.
Okay. The commission went on in that 2018 order to say, it's the next sentence. Here, the Attorney General LFUCG offered no evidence that the list of projects that Kentucky American expects to include in the first 5 years of the QUIP is unreliable. Do you anticipate by the end of the 5th year that all of the projects indicated for the first 5 years in the 2018 case will be completed?
No, and I think we've addressed that in subsequent QIP filings. Again, it's not a static list. Things do change. A pipe might experience more breaks since the time that list was compiled in, I believe, 2017, so 6 years ago. We're also in an attempt to find efficiencies in that replacement cost, trying to coordinate with other utilities or with the city as much as possible. And so that has provided some opportunities to complete projects that were not originally on that list.
Are all those projects cast iron main and galvanized steel?
On the 5-year list, yes.
You say the 5-year list. The
one that you're referring to.
Yeah, the 5-year list is all the 2018 list.
Yes.
I'm asking what you've actually done or anticipate doing in the first 5 years. Are all of those cast iron main and galvanized steel?
Yes.
So at 10 to 13 miles per year, the cost has more than doubled, right?
I believe when we talked about that 153 linear foot, when that was initially estimated, they were looking at, because they did not have a QIP program, they had used costs from all types of Kentucky American pipeline work, including new development where there's not existing infrastructure. They had included Kentucky Transportation Cabinet relocations in areas outside of Lexington, in more rural locations. At the time that we filed the first year of QIP projects, that cost was more like $250 a linear foot. What we've seen since then, we've had increases in material costs throughout COVID. We were, I'm going to say it was an excellent growth opportunity. QIP started in July of 2020 when things were really changing considerably in the material and supply chain world. So those costs have gone up. We've seen contractor labor go up. We have seen the enforcement of our paving and restoration limits change compared to what they were seeing in 2017 when they put that 150 cost together. So there's a number of factors involved in that. The 320 to 350 figure that we're talking about today is based on actual dollars from previous QIP years that we've seen for design, contractor bids, materials, and restoration.
Just to be clear, the $153 was based off of 12 projects for main replacements, right?
Right.
It wasn't new construction. It was main replacements, right? Well, I'll read you Brent. Did you know Brent O'Neill?
Yes.
Okay. Brent O'Neill's testimony in 2018 said, quote, "A review of 12 different main replacement projects indicated an average cost of $153 per foot." Do you remember that being
I
his
remember
testimony in
that.
case? Okay.
I would be interested to go back to his data and see. I believe at some point he did agree that some of those were in newer construction areas, but
I just know what the commission got told
Sure.
under oath and testimony. Previously, the expectation in 2018 was that there was an expected cost of $6.9 to $12.6 million per year, assuming a replacement rate of 10 to 13 miles per year. What has been approximately the cost per mile for the 10 to 13 miles? Or not the cost per mile, I'm sorry, the overall dollar cost to do that 10 to 13 million a year as you've observed through the first couple years of QUIP?
sure. I believe overall, so QIP year 3 would be the closest one. That was a 10 to 13 mile year. I believe we installed around 12.8 miles of water main, and that cost, I don't have that reconciliation in front of me, but I believe it was around $19 or $20 million for the almost 13 miles.
Okay. So the quip today, let's just assume that that's consistent. Let's call it just shy of $20 million.
Sure,
Okay. Over 5 years, that'd be about $100 million, right?
yes.
And what you're talking about now is $177 million. Is that an incremental to the $100 million that you would expect over the next 5 years, just keeping the quip the way it is, assuming that cost stays constant?
No, so the 177 that we talked about Monday, thank you for bringing that up, because that was subject to check, I did check. That number is for 4 years, not 3. That was in a work paper that was submitted. But that 177 over 4 years is the planned investments for an expanded range of 27 to 34 miles. So that's, I believe it's around 42 or 43 million a year for a 4-year period.
Yeah, what I'm trying to make sure I have an appreciation for is that in lieu of or in addition to the 19.5 or $20 million you guys are currently doing under the quip.
That would include it,
Okay.
yes.
So it's more than doubling. Less than 20 to in excess of 40.
Yes, what we're looking at is going from about a 0.5% replacement of our system to anywhere from 1.1 to 1.4%,
Again, assuming the costs stay the same. right?
assuming it stays the same,
Okay.
yes.
And we've already seen a significant increase in costs, right?
I believe well, I don't want to say for sure. I believe there is a slight inflation factor included in that, but I would have to check.
So do you all know how many miles of mains that you guys have been actively replacing just in the ordinary course due to age or condition or operation over the last 5 or 10 years before the quip?
Yeah, I mean, we could pull that information. Again, it varies. On average, I believe it's around 1 to 2 miles a year prior to the implementation of QUIP. Probably about 1 to 2 miles alongside QIP, but I would need to go back and pull those numbers.
So is it safe to say the failure of Kentucky American to replace faster previously has created a situation where it must be accelerated now?
I wouldn't characterize it quite that way. I do think there has been a lack of keeping up with replacing the system as it ages, obviously, or we wouldn't be having this conversation. In terms of requiring it to be replaced, again, it does need to be. It's going to continue to fail, and we're going to continue to respond to main breaks or continue to see unaccounted for water. And again, we are going to continue to prudently make investments based on what's best for our customers. And again, addressing that 50 miles at a time is maybe not prudent, but trying to reduce that gap.
Proactively replacing pipe, I understood earlier you indicated that should avoid incurrence of operating expense as a result of not having to be reactive in fixing leaks. Is that right?
It should certainly reduce it, yes.
Okay. And similarly, it should reduce, all else being equal, your non-revenue water, right?
It should, over time.
Well, you say over time. Of course, it's not going to be immediate, right?
Right.
But that was the idea in Mr. O'Neill's testimony from 2018, right? That, and I forget who adopted it, or I would have said who adopted his testimony. But as Ms. Vinsel was stating earlier, cast iron and galvanized steel are about 15% of your all system and account for over 64 per this time. Over 64% of all main breaks in a year.
Yes.
And you guys are almost getting close to a fifth of the way through replacing your cast iron and galvanized steel pursuant to that 25-year plan, right?
Yes.
And in that time period, has your water, non-revenue water increased or decreased?
The non-revenue, and we talked about this a little bit Monday, the non-revenue waters have increased over that time period. Again, there's a lot of factors for that. The rate of the increase has slowed over the last couple years. I think Mr. Lewis addresses that more in his testimony. And again, Of the roughly 300 miles of cast iron main that accounts for 60% of the breaks, we've replaced to date about 40 miles of that, so we still have 260 miles that's there. And even with all the cast iron out of the system, then you still have the other 40% of pipe causing main breaks for the other piece of it. So the need to address those as they age is what we're talking about.
Okay. Just so that I'm clear, you're currently doing about 1 to 2 miles of main replacement outside of the QUIP per year. That's consistent with the amount that you were replacing prior to the implementation of QUIP?
I believe so. I would like to confirm that, but yes.
All right, Mr. Ingram?
I just have a few questions on a redirect, Your Honor. Ms. Citron, what are some of the benefits to customers of the QIP program?
Sure. There's a couple. So again, as we've mentioned, it is much more cost efficient to replace things proactively rather than when they break. The QIP as is allows that annual incremental cost to be reflected rather than a spike that you see with rate cases only. But aside from that, some other improvements, a lot of the cast iron that's being replaced is the older, smaller diameter. The way that cast iron deteriorates is it starts to get a lot of buildup inside the pipe. So for instance, if you have a 4-inch diameter water main, when we remove those from the grounds, a lot of times you'll see there's really only about an inch of effective water flow through that pipe because of all the buildup. So when we go in and replace some of those older segments, the customers in that area are seeing better flow, better pressure, better water quality. In many instances, we've been able to, with the replacement of the 2 or 4-inch water mains, provided 6 or 8-inch water lines that allows for the addition of fire hydrants, so those have been benefits too.
Now, I think you were in the room Monday when I had a couple of questions for the Attorney General witness, and I need to ask you some of the same line of questions. You had mentioned one of the benefits to customers of QIP would be smaller, more gradual cost effects. Is that right on the customer?
Yes.
And so prior to the 2018 case in which QIP was approved, Kentucky American leading up to that had filed a rate case in 2004, 2007, 2008, 2010, 2012, 2015, and 2018. Is my history on that correct, Ms. Citron?
I believe so.
So the longest interval between any of those cases, starting in 2004, was 3 years. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, once QIP was approved in the 2018 case, the asset classes that were approved in that case were expansive. Is that right?
Correct.
So, for example, the QIP, as approved in 2018, included both distribution infrastructure and water treatment infrastructure. Is that right?
Yes.
Distribution infrastructure included not only a pipe, but also it included hydrants, distribution tanks, meter and meter installations, and power generation and pumping equipment. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Water treatment infrastructure that was approved in the 2018 case included source supply and water treatment structures, including sampling equipment and SCADA equipment. That was all included in the QIP as approved. Is that right?
It was.
Now, since the QIP was approved, Kentucky American's been in front of this commission in at least 4 QIP cases in which it has proposed certain projects to be replaced within the QIP program, and the commission has ruled in all those cases about what Kentucky American is permitted to do under QIP. Is that right?
That's correct.
In the first of those cases, the commission decided to severely cut back on the asset classes that got approved in the QIP such that now it is just for main replacements. Is that right?
Main replacements and items incidental to the main replacement.
Okay. And even with that severe cutback, Kentucky American has not been in for a rate case since 2018 until this one, over a 5-year gap. Is that right?
That's correct.
Do you believe that Kentucky American's ability to stay out of a rate case for over 5 years is partially attributable to the existence of a very scaled-back QIP as compared to originally approved?
I do, yes.
And is that a tangible, concrete benefit to customers?
I believe so, yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Anything else from Ms.?
No.
Thank you, Ms. Citron.
Thank you.
Mr. Ingram, we'll take a recess until 1 for lunch, and then we'll call whichever amongst you and Ms. Braun and Ms. Winfrey,
I think-
whoever wants to sit at the table next.
No, I think we'll go with Ms. Porter first after lunch. I'm sorry, yeah, we'll go with Mr. Lewis first after lunch, and then we'll finish up with Ms. Porter after Mr. Lewis. Okay.
Okay. We'll start with Mr. Lewis at 1 o'clock. We'll be in recess until then. back on the record in case number 2023-00191. I'd like to recall witness Lewis to the stand. Mr. Lewis, please have a seat. You're still under oath. Counsel, do you all have any questions for Mr. Lewis?
Yes, we do. Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Lewis.
Good afternoon.
I'll give you the same caveat I gave to Ms. Citron. I know I'm not as loud as I could be, and you've got the wall around you. If you can't hear me or you can't understand what I'm saying, just let me know.
Yes, ma'am.
I've just got a few questions for you. As I understand, Kentucky American has not increased the number of employees to focus on either unaccounted for water loss or for meter reading, or rereads. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Can you discuss why not?
Sure. Well, I mean, one of the things that we're always focused on is the cost of service to our customers. And so as opposed to just automatically trying to add additional employees to our, to our bench strength, the first thing that I and others on my team, we look at is, do we have those skill sets or resources already on staff that could do this? Could we do this a different way? So in short, we're always looking for better ways, more efficient ways to do things. And if we can avoid a cost by hiring new employees or additional employees, by repurposing existing employees, and maybe finding other efficiencies, then that's what we try to do. So I'll give you a good example of this, if you don't mind. I definitely recognize that our unaccounted for water performance, it's not where I would like to see it to be. And I know Catherine and my peers in the room, we share that sentiment. And we've been doing a lot over the last number of years. I am new to the organization, newer, but it's evident to me that we have a program in place that's starting to see some improvement. But it's not enough. We're not satisfied with that performance to date. And as a result of that, and I know I received several questions from the commission, from staff, relative to, do you have dedicated personnel to non-revenue water? And every non-revenue water or unaccounted for water is definitely one of my primary roles. It's a performance standard that I'm measured against, but so are my staff. So it definitely is important, and we've always had people who own and are responsible for the program. But we do recognize we need to have more dedicated people focused on that activity. As a result of the efficiency and outsourcing our locates, which I know came up in Monday's testimony, and I spoke about it in my testimony, the resources internally that we had dedicated to that activity, those individuals are being repurposed more formally to focus on revenue water. So as an example of that, I had 4 staff dedicated. You're a utility locator. You're doing markouts for us on any given day. The reality is that was taking twice that number of people, but we actually had 4 people who were dedicated to that function every single day. With outsourcing that activity now, it frees up those 4 individual folks that I had dedicated, and we're repurposing those individuals to non-revenue water specialists, beginning early, very early, the first couple of weeks of January specifically. And that's a result of a union agreement that we have settled with them as well. So that's what's driving the timing of that. But it's well-timed. I think it's the right thing to do. And we really think that we're going to be able to capitalize on some of the improvements we've made this year, and we can talk about later in the last couple of years the programs have been in place.
Thank you, that helped. So to recap, to make sure that I'm hearing, and thank you very much. I do appreciate when you give me that information, that's going to be the next question, so.
Yes, ma'am.
Just to say thank you for that. So the four employees that had been working in the locate will be repurposed in January, and it's more of a union agreement, a shifting that needs to take place before the repurposing can happen.
We have already signed that agreement with our union.
Perfect. And what about, you talked about efficiencies, what about for meter reading, particularly rereads, to reduce the estimated reads? Can you talk a little bit about that? What kind of efficiencies have been identified in lieu of hiring more employees to do
Sure.
that?
Yeah, absolutely. So maybe just a clarification, with the advent of the AMR technology and now AMI technology, we really don't have rereads as we used to when meters were being directly or manually read. When I think of a reread, it's because the reading was entered correctly by the meter reader in that manual process. That said, we definitely, through the last proceeding earlier this summer, we have had a consecutive estimate challenge. And what we found is that there were efficiencies that we were able to build into our process that didn't require us to hire additional people. An example was a complete redesign of our meter reading route. Our routes were originally designed for direct, go open the lid type of manual meter reading. They never had really matured once AMR was implemented and you gain that efficiency. So that was an efficiency we drove into our program that is, it's foundational to our program now. We've been able to reduce the number of meter routes that we have, and it's more efficient to drive them. You're going to drive them differently than you would have walked them. So that's one example. The other example is the fact that, we've replaced quite a bit of meters this year. We had meters that weren't working properly. Whether they were the actual meters themselves or the communication devices, and just simply getting out there and working with our supply chain and our vendor partners to make sure we could get the inventories in that we needed, we've been able to replace a lot of meters which were the solution to these other problems. So just simply getting in front of that backlog, which I think we responded to an information request as part of the other proceeding, the meter investigation proceeding, where we've dramatically reduced the number of consecutive estimates over the last 12 months or so. So that's an efficiency. I have fewer problem meters that I now have to go out and do a check for read, or I can't read, go get a manual read. But we've also dedicated staff to going out and identifying where those manual reads exist, why do they exist, and how do we solve that? And how do we fix that problem to make the need to physically go to that meter and do something other than just drive by and read it? How do we make that problem go away? And my team has a pretty good handle on that at this point. And hopefully our responses to previous requests for information demonstrate that.
Thank you. And I appreciate you referencing the other case. I'm not an active team member on the other case, so I very much appreciate that background.
Yes, ma'am.
Helping. Ms. Jones, can you discuss what Kentucky American has done to manage chemical price increases?
Sure. Mr. O'Drain definitely was our expert on chemical pricing and the factors in the market which drive price. But in terms of what we are doing operationally is, what do and when I speak about myself, I'm really speaking about my team. What do my operators, my managers, the folks that operate our production department, what are we able to do? What do we have control over that can limit the quantity of chemicals that we have to use? And I think I used an example of coagulant usage in my I guess it was my direct testimony. But using coagulants is required. For me to meet my long-term enhanced treatment rule requirements for cryptosporidium, as an example, I have to achieve a certain level of turbidity, and then post-filter turbidities to achieve, the regulatory requirements for drinking water that I have to meet. To do that, we use coagulants. It's, as an industry, how you use those coagulants, how much you use, when you use those coagulants, can determine what your overall operating production expense is. There are definitely efficiencies that are available to utilities. And as an example of that is how close to the theoretical should dose can I get to the actual, this is what my raw water conditions are today, need to dose. And so we've really challenged our operators, our plant supervising staff, and my management team to drive some efficiency goals in that regard. And I'll just give you an example, and I'm just throwing out arbitrary numbers here, but is it reasonable to achieve a 10% reduction in the volume of chemical and coagulants that we're dosing across our plants in Kentucky? And so we had a lot of conversation around that. Is that achievable? Is it possible? And, the answer is yes. We have to do some other things. We may have to rely on other treatment processes at our plants. But it's about setting the expectation, providing an environment where our employees can be successful, which means, are we giving them the data that they need to make those decisions? And are we holding our employees accountable to do that? And lastly, the additional training that may be necessary to help teach them how to be more efficient in the way that we chemically, treat the water. So that's one example, but it's a similar approach to other chemicals.
And what about increase in transportation expenses similarly? What is being done to help control that increase?
So maybe just some clarity or clarification. When you speak to transportation expense, are you talking about the fleet that American Water operates? Are you talking about transportation expense for chemicals that are being delivered?
Chemicals being delivered as opposed to just fleet expense. Things that are very much directly water related. So I would call, maybe I'm stretching it too far to say that the transportation of chemicals perhaps potentially could be part of that price increase.
So again, Witness O'Drain was the best candidate, I think, to address these questions directly. But obviously, the transportation cost, the bulk delivery cost, has a factor in the unit pricing of chemicals, absolutely for sure. One of the things that, and we just recently went through this year, and it's part of something we do every so often, but I know we went through it this year. Our supply chain group specifically evaluated all of the subsidiary state chemical quantities, types, transportation volumes, and the way that they're being transported, i.e. Barrels, totes, rail cars, tanker trucks, things of that nature. So finding what that most economical means or method of delivery was part of an analysis that our service company supply chain group performed this year. I think there was one, and I don't remember exactly what chemical it was, I apologize, but there was a small benefit to us in one of our remote sites, like a pumping station. Rather than 5-gallon buckets, if we purchased it in totes, it would be cheaper. But for the most part, the way that we are ordering chemicals, the quantities and the volumes and the methods that they're being delivered to us in, has been generally maximized for efficiency at this point relative to cost.
I have nothing further.
Thank you.
Ms. Braun, do you have any redirect?
I do not.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
And then I'd like to recall finally witness report. Porter, please have a seat. Just remind you that you're still under oath. Counsel, do you have any questions for Ms. Porter?
No, we have no questions.
Just a couple, Ms. Porter. It's my understanding that you all suspect a driver of Kentucky American's non-revenue water are the 270 special connections, is that right?
Yes, sir.
These are private systems effectively?
Yeah, we call them special connection multiple service agreements, and they're private pipe past a point of the demarcation being a valve between our system and then privately owned pipe.
Okay, do you know how old the systems are?
They range in age. We stopped doing those systems as far as new agreements prior to 1990, but they put some agreements in there. When I was looking them up, they back up all the way to 1950s, but they're older.
I guess that's what I'm trying to figure out. So you all have got 250 miles of pipe that are beyond their life. You've got a replacement cycle of what used to be 500, then 377, now 204 years is your replacement cycle. Are these systems that have pipe of an age in which you're materially concerned that they are beyond their useful life?
Yes, we could get more data on that, but UK is a major, one of the largest multiple service agreements we have, and that campus is very old, and so their pipe is of an age.
Yeah, so that's one,
Yeah.
right? What about the horse park?
I would have to check when that was put in. That material, though, in and of itself, so it's not all ductile iron or cast iron. In the case of the horse park, that is a thinner wall plastic, and they do have a lot of breaks in that. So not all material has the same useful life. And in the case of the horse park, that material is exhibiting breakage frequently. When we have been looking at the vaults, the DMAs to place 2 vaults on either side of their system, one of their initial requests were that we would consider putting a PRV in for that system. But as we talked about it more, they decided they didn't think they needed one. But it was because of the thinner wall plastic and just breaks that they've been having at the Kentucky Horse Park.
Okay. What's the likelihood that the driver for such a marked increase in water loss over the last, let's call it 15 years, has been leaks in your all's lines as opposed to those on someone else's system?
I think they all are contributing factors. When we look at water loss, just kind of a natural approach to it, you would start out, you would want to make sure that you test your meter at your plant to make sure that you know that that's reading accurately. Then you would look at doing, your leak detection activities. You're making sure you're repairing main breaks. Also, you look at any connections that may be in place, such as your fire service special connections. So they're a little bit different than multiple service agreements. Our fire services, they have a vault that's located at those connection points, and flows to those fire service entities, but there's a detector check meter that runs along the outside just to pick up that flow's going across the main. It should only see flow when there's a fire or when it's being tested, but if that fire service detector check is running, that's something that you should check on as well. Illicit connections, if that's the case, you can do audits. So those are items we look at. And then it brings us to these multiple service agreement connections as well. And we did audits, like we said, at UK, Kentucky Horse Park, the Bluegrass Airport, and definitely UK's as well. We looked at over 350 service points within their system, looking at for a variety, making sure that detector check meters are functioning correctly, that there's a lot of pipe, that our pipe runs along their pipe. How are these interconnected? Do we know? We can't see them all the time. They may have tore down buildings over time and their contractors not told us. So we want to make sure that we tracked hey, those meters, were taken out of service by their contractors. We worked a lot with them. They also purchased some leak detection equipment themselves, and we coached them through like what you look for there, and we're attending their planning meetings as well. So just partnering with them, every entity that we've done these audits with have been very engaging with us, and it's been good there, but it's a continual relationship and a continual look at these, their system that's in place. And even when they repair the leaks you find through that audit, that doesn't mean that there's not going to be more leaks the next day. So it's something continual you have to address. By putting the DMAs, such as at the horse park, that gives us the ability to take the difference between what the meters are reading within the horse park and then what's going into their system. And we can look at that difference and go, okay, this is the unaccounted for water, which isn't accounted for, that we can then bill back. It gives them the opportunity to reduce that and find those repairs within their system. And we know that that's going there.
So that's what I want to be clear about. So you guys are proposing in this case to effectively install these these DMAs so that you can measure and meter them differently than what you are today, and charge them differently based off effectively what is going to be master meter billing,
Potentially, I won't call.
zone meter billing.
Yeah, it's measuring the flow going into that system, that right now, we aren't billing that difference between what they're getting metered at their buildings and then what's going into their system.
But you're proposing here to start metering them right at what's going into their system.
Yes, rather than a master meter connection. So that's a little different. With master meter connections, everything going past that point is metered, and you don't have the individual meters along the building. In this case, we will have a meter, but still have the individual meters that we're serving. It's a matter of being able to take that difference, because their entities are different customers within a horse park or shopping center. They're individual, different customers.
If you all own that line, if you all owned all the lines up to the meters in those special connections, what would you all do?
We would look at a variety of ways of addressing that. It could be main replacements, leak detection, replacing, leaks that we find on that system. Those would be two options. And that is one option to address the special connection multiple service agreements. Some of those entities, it may make sense to take on the pipe and replace it. If we think about when this was first installed by these entities, that capital outlay was done by that entity. And one of the things I mentioned in my rebuttal testimony is we can look at that as a completely new customer and make that investment based off of their revenues. Similarly to like trailer park mobile home facilities, they're currently, some are master metered there, but those are individual customers along this pipeline, and there can be leaks. It can be difficult at times to get, you want to make sure that master meter service is getting paid for, but if we could individually meter the customers, it would give better customer service there, more reliable service to the people that live in those trailer parks. So we could look at that and go, how much revenue is coming in from those customers that we've never made that capital outlay to do the main extension, and we could do that. So it's replacement of the pipe, but we never made those investments initially as, from the customer base. So that could replace some of those mains.
Let me ask you this. You expect by putting in these DMAs, they cost money, right?
Yeah.
Putting them in.
Yep.
And you suspect, maybe that's the right word, that you will be able to increase your revenue from water sales by doing that, right? Decrease non-revenue water.
Yes, decreased non-revenue water.
Decrease non-revenue water, right?
Yes, because it'll be accounted for,
Okay.
water.
And you're intending on it for being accounted for and charged, right?
Initially, if they fix the leaks though, because we've identified those, that can bring that back down.
That's what I want to be
Yeah.
clear about. You're going to know how much water goes through a meter,
Yeah.
right? And you're not going to charge for that amount at that meter, right?
That would be the intention, is to charge the customer for that flow. That,
But you're saying some of these people, there are multiple customers, different customers
Yes.
behind that DMA.
yep.
So you're gonna charge them pro-ratably?
No, it would be whoever the DMA agreement would, the multiple services agreement would be with, is who we would,
So what's the payback period?
so it,
And from a company perspective, what's the payback period?
well, so it would depend. So if you're looking at, and I hope I'm answering this in the way when you talk about payback period here, like a 10-gallon per minute leak, if there was a 10-gallon per minute leak on this main, and you assume $1, a variable cost of producing that water is $1 per 1,000 gallons, that would be about $432 a month. If you were spending $125,000 on 2 DMAs, that would take 26 years. So it is an expense, and that's why we haven't gone out and done those in every situation. That would be an easy fix, is we're just gonna master meter all these and just put all that capital and master meter all these connections, but it's not that simple. And so we're trying to look at tools and where it makes sense to do these. You know, initially, the audits, we noticed leaks in a lot of situations that warrant doing this, rather than continually having, to come back every year and spend extensive time there to, locate these leaks, and they continue to be reported on our unaccounted for water, reports. So we're trying to solve these issues, and it does vary with each separate master service agreement, what's the best solution there.
Okay. Ms. Wimberly, redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Ms.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
Is there anything else, Ms. Wimberly, Mr. Ingram, for the company's case?
No, Your Honor, we have a couple items, administrative items that we'd like to discuss.
Okay.
But that's the conclusion of our direct case.
All right. Let's go ahead and take up those administrative items then.
I think the first of those is our briefing schedule.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I guess so nothing specific then? Just ordinary post-hearing procedural items?
Yes.
Okay, all right, okay, great. We will get our post-hearing data requests, the commission's post-hearing data requests out. Mr. Osterlo, you didn't have any, Ms. Goode, you had 1 or 2 maybe?
4 or 5, I believe.
And we had a couple, Your Honor.
Yeah. So we will have those filed in the record by December the 18th, close of, end of day, December 18th. We'll have a post-hearing procedural schedule that sets these out, but this is what I'm thinking. December 18th, 2023 for the post-hearing data requests. I think you all have a couple from Mr. Meyer. I heard, so I know you all have a couple from Mr. Meyer updating those numbers. The majority of them will be coming to the company. How long will you all need to respond to those, given the holiday schedule?
Not long. I don't have to do the hard work involved. So I'm inclined to agree to an earlier date, Your
Yeah.
Honor, but
And let me ask Mr. Ingram, could we get them by the 15th? Is that possible? By Friday?
I can.
Oh, to have them out?
Mhm.
Yes.
Yeah, let's set here a procedural schedule that gets them out on the 15th.
Yeah, and then
If
we-
they're out on the 15th, would you all be able to respond to those by, well, how long do you think, Mr.?
about a week, Friday, December 22nd.
Ms. Goode, you've got a couple of those. Do you think Mr. Meyer will be able to do that?
I've not conferred with him because he was traveling, but they had another hearing. I think so.
Okay. Let's go ahead and set it for the 22nd, and then if we need to, if somebody needs for 1 or 2 specific data requests, they can seek additional time. So we'll get the post-hearing data requests out on the 15th to be responded to on the 22nd. Is that okay? All right. So, Mr. Ingram, how do you feel about simultaneous initial and response briefs?
Well, I've conferred with Ms. Gold and Mr. Osterloh, and we talked about the briefing process. And I think Kentucky American's preference would be to have just one round of briefing, simultaneous briefs, all filed on the same day, and not have responsive briefs. And we think everybody can say what they need to say in one brief and be done with it. That might give everybody a little bit longer to file that one brief, but then the deadline could be a little bit sooner for the commission and the staff than would otherwise be the case if we had responsive briefs, giving you all more time to decide it.
Okay.
If the commission wants responsive briefs, certainly we'll do it, but we don't see a need for it, and that's where we are.
Yeah, I can tell you, just based off experience, that I think the commission prefers to include an opportunity for responsive briefs, because in the small number of times that we've just said single briefs, there's a large proportion of those in which somebody seeks an opportunity to then ultimately respond anyways, and I'd rather frankly go ahead and include the date, and if nobody uses it, that's fine. So-
That's with the council at this table, I have 100% confidence that is not gonna happen.
That's how it is.
People for years,
That's how it is, sir.
and we're not gonna do it either. But
When
if
would you
want
all intend
responsive-
on filing an initial brief? Just on an objective basis, when would you all like a date?
Whatever the commission wants, we're fine. We'll have ours ready to go.
Let's go.
I defer to you, Chairman, and the utility.
Well, I know, but everybody's, the reason I ask is everybody's holiday schedule is different, so that's why I ask if you all have a preference. Our suspension deadline is February the 5th.
Correct,
Is my
Your Honor.
understanding. I know you all haven't followed anything with your intention doing the suspension deadline, but if we were to put an eye towards February the 5th, not making promises, but an eye towards February the 5th, an initial brief that is filed, how about an initial brief that is filed on the 5th of January,
Fine, Your Honor.
with a response due on the 12th?
It's acceptable to Lexington.
Fine, Ms. Goode?
Yes.
So the 5th and the 12th. And the response, of course, we'll put it in the order, but it will be limited to issues raised in initial briefs. Okay. All right, anything administrative wise?
Just one more thing. I think I heard Monday there's going to be a staff data request asking for updates for rate case expense. And certainly we'll respond to that. Am I right?
Yes.
Okay, certainly we'll respond to that on the due date of December 22nd. And we'll put in that response, but I would like to just inform the commission. We will supplement that response at the latest possible date prior to the record closing with the rate case expense, if that's okay with the commission. So if the record's going to close upon the submission of responsive briefs, or if the record's going to close on January 12th or on January 13th at 12:01 a.m., we'll file a supplemental response on that rate case expense so that you'll have the most recent information available. Those will be supported by invoices. I know this is under the commission's consideration right now, what's going on in the Duke rate case for rate case expense and what to do with that piece that's not invoiced but instead estimated. We'll address that in our response as well, if that's okay with the commission.
And your brief.
In the brief, yes, sir.
That'd be great. Okay. Is there anything else, Mr. Osterloh? Let's go.
Not for me.
No, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Ingram?
No, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you all very much. This hearing is adjourned.